Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone this morning to the, initially the Joint Architectural Review Board and Historic Resources Board meeting. Are there any, at this point, if there's anyone in the audience who would like to address the board for a, well, here, I tell you what, let's start with roll call first. Jody? Oh, okay.
Good morning.
Robin.
Chair Goyer. Here. Vice Chair Liu.
Here.
Board Member Balte.
Present.
Board Member Firth.
Here.
Board Member Kim.
Here.
All present for the ARB. For the HRB, Chair Bernstein.
Here.
Vice Chair Wimmer. David Bauer.
Here.
Beth Bunnenberg.
Here.
Patricia DeSico. Roger Kohler. Michael Makinen. 4 present for the HRB.
Thank you. Okay, then I'll reiterate as I started. Is there anyone here in the audience who would like to address this board on any item that is not on the agenda? Seeing none, I'll close that portion. We'll skip down past the city reports and go directly to item 3, which is a draft environmental impact report for the comprehensive plan update. Request for Architectural Review Board, Historic Resources Board, and public comments on the draft environmental impact report, the DEIR, prepared for the comprehensive plan update. The draft environmental impact report was published on February 5th, 2016 for a 90-day public comment period that will end on May 5th, 2016. For more information, contact Elena Lee at elena.lee@cityofpaloalto.org. Staff?
Thank you, members of the board. Elena Lee, Interim Advanced Planning Manager. And today we are here to present to you the draft environmental impact report for the comprehensive plan update. The purpose of today is to actually solicit feedback from you as well as the members of the public. Basically, did we get this document right? Are there other issues that need to be studied or additional answers that are required? Responses to the comments received today and all other public hearings will be responded to in the final EIR, which will be released later this year. We've had one public hearing before the Planning and Transportation Commission on April 13th. We will be returning to the Planning Commission on May 11th. And the original City Council hearing on the draft EIR was scheduled for April 25th. That has been rescheduled to June 6th, which then required us to extend the public comment period, which originally ended May 5th, which is about 90 days, 30 days more than 45 days more than required than by CEQA. So that comment period then will end on June 6th, close of business. For the benefit of the members of the public who aren't familiar with the EIR, here's the diagram showing the process. So this shows that initially a notice of preparation is sent out. We then have a scoping period where we solicit feedback from the public as well as boards, commissions, council of what items need to be studied in the EIR. So a scoping letter was published, I believe, in August, May 30th, 2014. And it is required to be a 30-day period, but because this is a project of significant interest, we also extended that scoping period for the public for 60 days, and we provided 30 days for agencies. So then we do the environmental review, we publish a draft EIR, and right now this is where we are in the process. We are requesting comments from the public, and then all those comments will be responded to in form of a final EIR. So the final EIR then will go to the City Council for hearing, and then if the City Council, if there changes are needed, then we would go back, make the changes. If there are new impacts identified, that might require us to recirculate. But if City Council agrees with the document, City Council would be the body to certify the EIR, and that will provide the environmental clearance for the comp plan update. What is an EIR? The EIR is required by state law, the California Environmental Quality Act, and the purpose of the EIR is to inform public consideration of the comp plan update. So basically providing the analysis to show what are the impacts and how can these impacts be avoided if possible. This EIR, unlike most of the EIRs seen by boards, commissions, and the public, is a program-level EIR, not a project-level EIR. So this EIR studies long-term policy programs from a higher level than a project. So there aren't specific sites that are analyzed. However, future development that is consistent with a comp plan would be subject to its own individual or individual environmental review, whether that's an exemption, negative declaration, or an EIR. And the EIR is a tool. It is not the document that sets policy. So the EIR studies the project and helps the city identify ways to avoid less environmental impacts of future growth allowed under the proposed comp plan. Decision makers can consider changes based on the analysis and the conclusions in this EIR. And as required by CEQA, this document analyzes change from existing conditions, not from the actual current comp plan. So there's a difference, again, between a program and a project-level EIR. Programmatic EIR, which is prepared for this comp plan as well as other general plans and other policy documents, again, focuses on the larger city, versus a project EIR, which is analyzing a specific building or site plan. And this EIR is unique for general plans, basically. This EIR analyzes 4 simplified planning scenarios to the 2030 horizon year. For each scenario, the project descriptions in the EIR document, as you've seen, summarizes the differing impacts or results from housing population and job projections, land use policies, transportation infrastructure improvements, growth management strategies, zoning code amendments, and sustainability measures. So basically, typically for a general plan EIR, the city prepares a general plan EIR, or general plan, and the EIR analyzes that. In this case, we're doing it a little differently because the City Council has expressed a desire to understand all the ramifications before they actually select a preferred scenario. So in this case, we've prepared a range of potential scenarios and so the intent is once they have this EIR, that'll give them the tools along with the work completed by staff and the Citizen Advisory Committee to pick the actual programs, goals, and policies for the final general plan or comprehensive plan. So this EIR illustrates potential impacts of policy decisions and programs that have been discussed during the update process. These scenarios have been developed from input from the City Council as well as public workshops that were completed in the summer of 2014. It's intended to advance and inform the comp plan process to provide that information rather than actually saying what the selection should be. This also tests a range of possible land use, transportation, job, and housing choices. So it goes from some things that are very restrictive to others where they're not as restrictive. For example, scenario 2, which is the slowest growth, versus scenario 4, which analyzes the maximum growth that ABAG has projected for Palo Alto. This document also provides quantitative data for analysis, so you'll actually have hard numbers to compare impacts to. On January 19th of 2016, Council then requested the city staff to prepare a 5th scenario in addition to the 4 scenarios studied in this EIR. And that is a scenario to look at improving the jobs housing balance. And based on additional feedback from Council, it's going to be a quality of life scenario, looking at ways to mitigate impacts as much as possible. So staff will supplement the draft EIR with an analysis of this 5th scenario before the preparation of the final EIR. And we will be returning to Council on May 16th to obtain more feedback on what this 5th scenario should look like. So the final preferred alternative that's chosen from these 5 may not be one single scenario, it could be a combination. And so once this combination is chosen, then we will have to do additional sensitivity testing, basically to see if the EIR does cover everything. And if so, then the final EIR will identify that we've selected the scenario and will provide the clear analysis. And the other thing to note about these 4 scenarios is that there are no real significant land use changes that are being proposed. We are proposing policy and programs and revised goals, but there's only really one land use change, and that would be in scenario 4 for the Fry site. So the proposal, consistent with some of the things identified in the CalAV concept plan, which has not been adopted by council, that would be to change that designation from multifamily residential to mixed use. So now we'll discuss the 4 different scenarios. So the first scenario is business as usual, or the no project scenario, which is required by CEQA. So this one actually assumes that we're not going to propose any changes to the comp plan. So growth caps would be retained, no new housing sites would be identified, and all of the existing transportation improvements that have been already identified or will be implemented will continue. And this number shows the housing units, population, and jobs to be expected in the city and the sphere of influence. And this shows, this reflects not necessarily projections, but based on historic data. So this is city staff analyzing what our actual production has been and extrapolates it to the 2030 timeline. Scenario 2 is the slowest scenario, slowest growth scenario. Again, this is in direct response to what we've heard from council as well as the public. So this one provides an annual limit on new office and R&D citywide. There would be no changes in housing sites, but the encouragement would be for smaller housing units, for workforce or senior housing. And transportation, there would be no additional transportation improvements. It would be continuing existing investments. So you can see by the numbers, the numbers are lower. And housing remains the same, but population also remains the same, but the jobs are significantly less than the other scenario. The third scenario, which is housing reconsidered, which is slower growth, but not as slow as scenario 2. And in this case, the growth management program would be implemented similar to what we have now with a temporary cap. So office and R&D would be slowed in 3 areas, which would be CalAV, downtown, and El Camino Real. The other change would be for housing, which would shift housing from South Palo Alto to our transit-oriented areas, which would be CalAV and downtown. And this also assumes that we'll have a significant transportation infrastructure improvement in the form of a grade-separated Caltrain crossing. So you can see by the numbers here, the housing units are a little bit more, population would be more, and the jobs would be in between scenario 1 and scenario 2. The fourth scenario is a sustainability tested scenario. In this case, it's looking not at providing a cap, but controlling it in terms of limiting impacts, not necessarily just slowing down the numbers. So the focus on this would be providing additional housing downtown and the transit-oriented development areas. So that again would be CalAV and downtown. Additionally, we've identified the Stanford Research Park and the shopping center as additional areas for housing. This one also assumes greater transportation improvements, which include the grade separation, Caltrain, and mixed flow bus rapid transit in El Camino Real. And this also includes a extensive suite of strategies for sustainability. It can include a range from no additional trips to no additional energy output. So in this case, you can see that because we're controlling the impact rather than the pace, this has the highest range of growth. And this also is consistent with the ABAG projection. So housing would be the greatest, population would be the greatest, but the jobs actually would be the same as scenario 1. So this slide actually shows the variations between the different scenarios for housing, population, and growth. And you can see the numbers are similar. They don't actually vary widely, and we've certainly heard that comment from the public and the commission. But this gives you the understanding of what each scenario would do for the city. So the EIR analyzes multiple topics, and the topics probably of most interest to you would be aesthetics, cultural resources, and land use. And this next slide shows the different impacts for each one, for each scenario. So you can see that there's a really consistent pattern. And I guess the points of note would be there are basically two areas of significant unavoidable impacts. That would be for greenhouse gas as well as transportation. There are also less than significant impacts identified, which would require no mitigation. That would be biological resources, geology, soils, hazards, and population and housing. All the remaining other topics have impacts, but can be successfully mitigated. And this shows what those items are, so including aesthetics, cultural resources, and land use. So in terms of aesthetics, basically, the goal would be to ensure that we would not degrade visual character. And also the other thing identified would be shadow on public open spaces. For cultural resources, it would be important to make sure that we don't cause demolition or alteration of historic resources, whether they're on the National or California Register or the city's historic inventory. But it's definitely identified as important to protect not just historic resources, but archaeological resources as well, and paleontological. The others are other impacts, and I can get into that if there's any interest. So here's the EIR timeline. So again, the notice of preparation was published on May 30th of 2014 for 30 days for agency comments and 60 days for the public. We actually had multiple scoping hearings in the summer of 2014 in front of Planning Commission and City Council, and the draft EIR was finally published on February the 5th. And we originally circulated it for a 90-day period, but because City Council moved the City Council EIR hearing, we've extended it to June 6th. The fifth scenario, which we will be receiving further feedback from the Council, will be published in another environmental document to supplement the draft EIR around October 2016, and we anticipate the final EIR to cover both the fifth scenario and the four scenarios in May 2017. So the next steps would be, again, we will be requesting comments through June 6th. So far, we've received a handful of public comments and one agency comment from the county. And then, so the City Council meetings would be a discussion on the fifth scenario, May 16th, again, which focuses on quality of life. The public hearing on the draft EIR is June 6th, and then we will be having a public hearing in front of City Council on November the 14th. The fifth scenario will be published for a 45-day public review period, I guess, October 2016, and we will be having another hearing in front of the Planning Commission on the fifth scenario on November 9th of 2016, and the final EIR will be published on 2017. And so if members of the public are interested in submitting more comments on this EIR, here's the information for them. The project is also, all the information on the project is also available on the project website, which is paloaltocomplan.org. This includes the EIR, all of the staff reports and background information provided to the Council, Planning Commission, as well as the Citizen Advisory Committee. And with that concludes staff's report. Thank you.
Two questions, please. Are members of this group allowed to submit personal comments as well as comments we make before the public? Written?
Yes.
And does declaration in favor of one of the scenarios constitute taking a position too early?
No, because you can provide comments both on, I guess there's two different things. There's comments on the comp plan update itself, which we're currently writing right now with the CAC, and then there's the EIR itself. And so the selection of the scenario, the EIR talks about the analysis of the scenarios versus the selection of the scenario would actually happen with the comp plan update process. So you could comment on both.
on both. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from anyone? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Goyer. Elena, or members of the ARB, question on aesthetics and visual resources. That's page 1 of the draft, and it's AES-1, aesthetics and visual resources. And when you're ready for that, I'll ask my question. Yeah, under, says policy, it says promote creative design and site planning that is compatible with surrounding development. Do you know if any definition of compatible is been publicized yet? And also creative design, that's a subjective issue. Has that been identified, or is that not appropriate to ask on this process?
Because this is a program EIR, what we're identifying are with additional things that need to be accomplished post the adoption of this EIR. So the assumption is that identification of how these are implemented would be occurring after the EIR is adopted, and with the assistance of the Architectural Review Board as well as Planning Commission and City Council.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, then at this point, is there, I'll open this up to the public. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to address this board on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public portion again and bring it back to the board. I think probably the easiest, we'll just start at one end and go across to the other. Elaine, is it? You want to go ahead and start?
There we go. In terms of suggesting a new process, the main threats, we've just been to a conference for the state, and long-term, the main threats for historic structures have been the same for years. Often it is a major transportation project by the state, county, or cities, or large redevelopment projects. And one new one we can't control is the extreme value of land these days. For the other two, I'd like to see the comp plan recognize these two threats and put in a sphere of potential effects, maybe 150 feet, around the historic properties on all sides, that includes across the street, that would allow the HRB to comment early in the process rather than waiting for what they call, we have to have a project before we can discuss it. Then have the comments of the Historic Resources Board sent both to the ARB and to the City Council. Sometimes the City Council has not been fully aware of what the HRB found. And in terms of the different scenarios, I participated in some of the focus groups that formulated these. And, you know, our group and my personal choice is the slow or very slow growth one, but the quality of life also sounds like a very important component that's been added.
Peter?
Good morning. I'd like to jump right into something that may be more detailed, but I think important. I'd like to see the EIR address the potential impact of actually reducing parking requirements for some higher density residential developments. If we were to go down the road where we have higher density developments, say closer to downtown, California Avenue, et cetera, and if we were to take the approach, as radical as it sounds, to allow only one parking unit per development, I think that's worth studying. I think that would have the impact of potentially making it easier for builders, architects to develop these units, might have the impact of actually encouraging people, forcing people to use alternate means of transportation, both of which are important things. You would have to study, obviously, not just the aesthetics, quality of life, and land use, but also current programs of limiting or restricting or somehow regulating parking in the public realm as well, because this would only work if you did that. But I think it's well worth having the EIR study in detail the impact of changing parking requirements in a non-obvious way to help promote greater densities of housing. Thank you.
I'd like to sort of respond to Peter's comment. I own a building with my daughter in the Mission District in San Francisco. San Francisco has adopted a limited parking requirement for buildings, and the Mission is overwhelmed by the cars that have no place to park except on the streets. So I would be very hesitant to go down that path, but I certainly understand and sympathize with the development problem. My comments about the portion of this comp plan that we deal with in the Historic Resources Board every meeting is that we are constantly faced with destruction of historic resources, could be cultural, without a method really to alter that process or stop it. And once a cultural or an historic resource is lost, there is no mitigation measure. You cannot mitigate the demolition or destruction of any resource. It's not my opinion, that's the many seminars we go to as HRB members. So I'm hoping that in the development of this comp plan, the actual hands-on regulations and ordinances, that can be recognized, and it will have stronger tools or at least better tools to deal with that. And secondly, to follow up on what Martin brought to the attention of the board, AES number 1, there is a discussion of potential shade and shadow impacts, but it describes it here just as it impacts open public spaces. I think that ought to be broadened, as Beth has suggested, to a surrounding structures, so that we don't get a situation where we have a 50-foot tall building next to a 18-foot tall single-story building on University Avenue, as we have seen in many of the projects that the HRB has reviewed this year. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Alex?
Great, thank you. I have a question for you, staff, for Elena. So you had mentioned that the draft EIR is measuring existing conditions and not general plan programs or existing programs. My question is how is there a way for the EIR to measure or to evaluate what our neighboring cities are proposing in their general plans? So I was just say, like, I reviewed our neighboring, some of them for our neighboring cities, and they're proposing very different things than Palo Alto is doing in some cases. And there's overlap in places like San Antonio Road, El Camino. So is there a way to incorporate some of that into the comp plan, if not the EIR?
Yes, it's definitely being incorporated into the comp plan process. For example, the Stanford housing, that's been used, so we've definitely incorporated that into our analysis and working with the CAC on that. We're also paying close attention to the general plan update for East Palo Alto and Menlo Park, as well as the San Antonio development in Mountain View, so we're definitely keeping an eye on that. In terms of the EIR, in terms of we do study those impacts in terms of traffic, population, and then also in greenhouse gases. So we do analyze that type of thing in our cumulative analysis.
Okay, so I think then my main comment is that I was struck by how similar the numbers were, considering, I think the way I look at it, the 4 scenarios are potentially very different aesthetically. If, just the housing sites, I was struck by how many of the existing or the proposed housing sites on the housing inventory list. It's potentially very different aesthetics, and I think all we're saying now at the moment is that it's through the Palo Alto process and the ARB is that they'll be mitigated. But I think my point was just that they're very different looking, and that if there's a way to have some sort of visualization, some sort of illustration of that, a diagrammatic illustration of that, going forward, I think it would be useful. So, say for example, if you're going up to 55 feet for certain housing sites, right, in some of the downtown areas, like that's very, we have buildings that tall downtown, but we don't have that many of them, like in California Avenue, maybe sort of some along the outskirts. So it seems to me that it's potentially very different. So I think that, and also, I think it was is it the scenario 4? I might be getting them mixed up. The one, so if there's housing sites in the research park and the shopping center, that's very different than anything that's ever been proposed before. And it's been sort of under discussion for years, but it seems to me that that there should be some sort of just a schematic, what do you call it? Like just a rough illustration of what those potentially could be. And then my other comment on it is on the traffic. You have an incredible amount of data on the traffic. It's great, actually, to have all the data there. I was wondering if there's a way to do something more graphic. I don't know if it's pie charts or whatnot. But it'd be useful to me. I've read other studies on like TDMs and mode shares and whatnot, and it was more useful to me just to sort of get a picture of what's happening there. I think it's all the data is there, but it doesn't really. It's not translating for me very well. I'm just seeing I'm just seeing numbers in a spreadsheet. The useful to me is like when I see, I just say for example, like the city of Boulder. It's like they're targeting like 45% solo driving as their mode share. And I think also, like, say, in Mountain View, they're targeting that for the North Bayshore area where, like, Google and have their offices. And I know the traffic data is much more complicated than that, just to have one little thing. But it's really useful if you're just skimming through a document to sort of say, oh, yeah, I get it. That's what we're trying to do. Right. So I think that's all that I have at the moment. I do like the shadow studies for public open space. I think the only other city I'm aware of locally that has that is San Francisco. And then I think that my question would be what is the threshold for it? So I think like in San Francisco, it's like no shading impacts, as I recall. I'm not sure exactly, I don't have the exact language, but I would be interested in exactly what the standards would be for that. So that's it at the moment.
Okay, Roger?
Okay. I'm sitting here thinking, this is my 23rd year on the HERB, and I'm thinking, how many meetings have I been to about the comprehensive plan? And it's probably an historic number, and it just seems to be coming around every 3 or 4 years. We're doing something with the core comprehensive plan, and I don't know I don't think there's been these big stacks and binders and all this, and here we are still talking about a lot of the same items. And I mean, it's a good thing to be doing. I'm the farthest most person that comes to any council meeting or board. I live on the end of Wilkie Way and right next to the creek, so I'm the furthest one out. I'm kind of like, so I'm the test agent. I have to come down Alma. I call it the Alma Street 500. I have for 20 years. Because if you're going the speed limit, you're just bound to get people passing you at 50 miles an hour at times. So it's, and today was great because I could get down here fairly quick. I guess it was when our meeting started at 8, it was a real problem because of Palo Alto High School traffic getting down there at Churchill. You'd be in line for, so I used to cut up. Anyway, long story short. I guess my point is, we seem to be always doing something about the comprehensive plan, and I'd like to know if someone could tell me or give me some samples of things that have happened or occurred because of a comprehensive plan. Is there a list of things that were accomplishments and said, oh, this traffic situation got resolved because it was in the comprehensive plan, or these buildings are better or different because it was in the comprehensive plan. It's, I mean, I think we need to have this, but I guess my sense is I don't seem to see impacts because in general, everything's still the same. I mean, there's still a lot of traffic, there's more people, there's nowhere to park, and so, I mean, I just get a little discouraged at times that we keep having comprehensive plan meetings and it's still the same old stuff. So hopefully this can do something. I know some of the ideas about traffic and buses and things like that. I would have to go out, walk out to get on El Camino, wait for a bus, come down, and then at some point I guess I get off at the circle here and can walk up here to the City Hall if I wanted to, not drive. But in this case, it takes me about 15, 20 minutes to get here versus walking and driving. Everyone I talk to, clients and everything, the idea of us riding buses around town is just almost, it's kind of, I just don't know how it's ever going to happen myself, unless you have a bus that comes every 10 minutes, and then you might have some success. So I mean, I think all this is great stuff. I just at times wonder, I guess I'm just I'd like to see someone to say, okay, here's this great thing that happened because of the comprehensive plan. That would be kind of a nice thing to have as part of the process, that because of the comprehensive plan of 94, we did this, or 2000, that this came about, that's why we have the comprehensive plan and these great things happened. And maybe I'm just not aware of it, but so I'm not trying to be overly negative. I'm just trying to say, I read through all this and, all the different scenarios. Basically, there's a lot of traffic. We're getting all these, the Palo Alto's getting, all the housing is, anyway. That's about all I think I should say. I'm just, I'd like to see, as a historic board person, we're always trying to save historic structures. And the ones that we have kind of been out there in the battlefront have been huge successes. And historic buildings bring back memories and remind us of a time gone by, and that these buildings can continue to be used. And so that's part of our goal on the board, is to fight the fight to keep letting people know that an old building can still live. It can get refurbished and move on into the next century. So I think this is a good thing. So.
Thank you. Wynn?
Thank you, and thank you for the document. Fortunately, I arrived in town right after the adoption of the previous comp plan, so I didn't live through that. But this is certainly an interesting process now. And I will say that we constantly made decisions in the city attorney's office shaped by what was in the comprehensive plan. It definitely shaped which ways development proposals went. But we certainly haven't achieved our dream. It seems to me that, well, I should say that I watched the Planning and Transportation Commission's hearing with interest on this document. I think they mostly were focusing on housing, not so much on transportation. And it seems to me that for the ARB, it's both aesthetics and aspects of transformation that we might have useful comments on. And I would say to my colleagues in the ARB that I would be happy to participate in a study session with a quorum of you on this document, because I always learn a lot more from discussion with you than from short comments from us individually, and it could be more helpful to the city eventually. And since we have an extended comment time, perhaps that could be scheduled. And if there's not a quorum that's interested, I'll go talk to the one other person interested without violating the Brown Act. On the summary, this is very useful. It would be even more helpful to me if you had the baseline numbers so that I could tell what these changes looked like as a percentage of what presently exists in an easy way. I think one of the important points about the EIR is that while it doesn't choose alternatives, it circumscribes the outer limit of what's possible in terms of policy to be adopted without further environmental review. And it does seem to me that this document doesn't go far enough. The most depressing statistic in it, unless you're thinking about housing displacement, is the very small changes in vehicle miles traveled per capita. And if there's small changes in vehicle miles traveled per capita, that means overall an increase in vehicle miles traveled. I understand that these are only point journeys that start or end in Palo Alto that we're looking at. So that, to me, suggests decreased mobility, unless we have much more assertive, women are supposed to not be aggressive policies about shifting mode and indeed having those 10-minute headways that would induce Roger to catch the bus. This seems to me insufficiently ambitious, particularly when you think about what the council did on Monday, adopting a very ambitious attempt to deal with global warming in its SCAP, I guess it's called. So I haven't finished studying the transportation element in detail, but it does seem to me that we have inadequate measures by our own standards for addressing mobility. And as an older bicyclist, I'm well aware of how many local trips are shifted to cars because of relatively minor glitches in the bike path. It doesn't take much to get me off my bike if it involves and using a more destructive means of transportation. So I hope that we could have more far-reaching visions on that point. Also, one of the aspects of transportation management actually happens on individual sites, and that's not only the parking, car parking issues that my colleague Peter Balte brought up, but the bicycle parking. I went back and looked at our bicycle zoning standards, which I don't think have been amended since 2007. Since then, in 2012, we did a pedestrian and bicycle plan, which envisioned significant changes. And based on my experience as somebody using a bike, our on-site parking, bicycle parking requirements do not support a much more aggressive and intensive use of bicycles for trips within, small distance. The short trips that you could anticipate shifting to another mode fairly easily, or at least within the scope of things that the city might control or affect. So I'd like that to be addressed in the transportation element. I don't believe it is right now. Also, I don't know if we have a table of acronyms in the document, but it would be helpful to have one. I'm not bad at this, but boy, I can't keep track of them. Scenario 3 talks about housing suitable for working professionals and the senior population. I'm not quite sure how focusing on working professionals and cutting out lower income groups is either admirable or consistent with federal and state housing policy. I'd like to see, and maybe I've just missed it, a more discussion of the environmental effects of demolition of existing buildings. I mean, we sit here week after week watching, every 2 weeks, after every 2 weeks, reviewing proposals to demolish often quite sound buildings and replace them with other buildings. Sometimes it's for additional square footage, sometimes it's just for a different configuration. And I don't feel comfortable that we have adequate tools to think about that. And it does mean that we're looking at the business as usual scenario, and maybe you've already run these numbers, I know you have, for part of the city, you need to assume that everything is going to be built to maximum FAR with underground parking, that nothing is going to stay as it is. Let's see. And I'm concerned about what that means in terms of intensity of development. I'm also, of course, concerned about what that means in terms of greenhouse gas issues and other pollution issues. At the Planning and Transportation Commission discussion, one of the things they talked about is that housing is a category that hides a lot, because depending on the kind of units you're building and where you're building them, you accommodate different swaths of our population. I think the same thing is true of office space and commercial space. One of the things we've noticed is that it's now possible to essentially have a very light industry software factory in any commercial space, anything but a retail space. And actually, if you take a look at some of the retail space on Hamilton, you can even do it in a retail space. And we ought to be addressing that issue and not just talking about office commercial space. I'm concerned that we're moving towards a monoculture, and we're crowding out what might be called business to consumer. I mean, the most striking example being the proposed replacement on El Camino of, is it a 6-story or 7-story building, which is full of small offices inhabited by accountants and insurance agents and financial planners who cater to individuals so that it can be replaced with big floor plates that are more suitable for game design. Admirable thing, game design, but I'm concerned that even as we had problems crowding out medical offices that aren't part of either the Medical Foundation or Stanford, we may be doing the same thing in other fields. And that's not going to help with transportation or quality of life, either one. I'm also concerned about loss of urban greenery. There's a nice article in the New York Times this week that admittedly is limited to the analysis of women's health, but says you can correlate it rather neatly with the amount of significant greenery in the area in which you live. And if you look at space photos of Palo Alto, we're pretty green. But we have large areas where we're not very green. And again, as we look at new proposals, which often involve extensive underground parking, which may limit the ability to plant large trees, or just involve covering more space generally, I think we need an analytic tool that tells us that this redevelopment is going to increase, the green lungs of our city, not decrease them. We don't seem to have that tool. Same, we have an existing standard in the Architecture Review Board standards that tell us we're supposed to avoid the creation of heat islands in new development, but I don't think we have any tools for doing that, and I didn't see any analysis of that phenomenon in the EIR, which certainly doesn't mean it isn't there because I don't know the document well. On aesthetics, on cultural resources, I was concerned at first because it calls for a demolition regulation only for listed properties, and I think we all know that the historic resources aren't just the listed properties, they're the ones that are eligible to be listed. But I do see there's a companion measure that calls for evaluation of potential resources if demolition or significant alteration is proposed. I hope those are tied together in a way that makes it clear that if we have a historic resource that has not, for some reason, been listed, it's still going to be entitled to protection if it is, in fact, a historic resource. Under aesthetics, I'm also concerned about, and actually this is quality of life, I'm concerned about losing views of the hills. And I wonder if you should consider expanding the definition of scenic highways when the San Antonio hotel project came before us, all of a sudden we started looking, I think of it as west, maybe they think of it as south, or maybe north, on San Antonio towards the hills. As you come up onto that road, you have quite the view. I'm also concerned about changing our skyline, which in many places, and I'm not particularly concerned about having higher buildings. I live in a neighborhood with a lot of higher buildings, many of which add to the quality of our lives. But I am concerned about replacing prospects in which the tallest objects are trees and in which there's significant greenery when you look out as you drive down the road or walk in the neighborhood or experience a particular place, with vistas in which what you see is glass and concrete. I think a key characteristic of Palo Alto's aesthetic is its greenness, that in some ways, of course, has been a city masquerading as a suburb, and I think we're losing our masquerade, and I think that's our distinctive character, and I think we should work to avoid it, and I think we should analyze that as part of our aesthetic analysis. So those are my thoughts on first reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Hugh?
Thank you for the presentation and this beautiful packet. As daunting as it is for myself to review the draft EIR, I'm sure it's exponentially more daunting for staff and the CAC to actually put this together and to review everything that you've put together. Contrary to maybe Roger Kohler's view, I'm quite new at this, and this is my first comprehensive plan and comprehensive plan EIR that I'm reviewing. So having said that, I think I still need to digest and kind of marinate in all this information. I agree with Alex's point that it would help us as very visual people, as architectural professionals and others, to have some more visualizations and drawings included. One of the difficulties I had was in separating the actual comprehensive plan and the planning process versus the comprehensive plan and planning process EIR. So I think I tend to believe and trust that more visualizations and drawings and so on and so forth will be included in the actual comprehensive plan, which to me is actually the more significant part for not only us as board members of the ARB and HRB respectively, but also as a citizen and resident of Palo Alto. I think as we've made our way down to kind of the end of the line here, I think a lot of the comments that have already been brought forth. I also agree that a more informal discussion or study session period with the two combined parties here or separately would be of great help. I think there are a lot of other thoughts that I'd like to hear from Elena representing the process here, and also some of those additional comments that you've received from council or other residents. I'm very curious to hear about them. And also to discuss this document in a much less formal manner. Also, if there's a way that both the comprehensive plan and the EIR can be kind of summarized in a way that really points out the components that the ARB should review, I think that would be greatly helpful. I think there's been an attempt to kind of begin that, but if there was something a little bit more concise that would help me to focus on exactly what it is that you're looking for us to give you some feedback on as the ARB, I think that would be greatly helpful. Going back to some of the earlier comments, I agree that we need to have a better definition of what high quality and creative design is. I think those can be very subjective. And then maybe in conclusion, just a question regarding this whole process. So I understand that this is still the draft that's being reviewed and you're asking us for comments. Will there be another draft of this that comes back after the City Council reviews it on June 6th? Or what is the process continuing with the ARB and the HRB?
So basically, you're correct. The draft EIR is going to City Council, and we'll be asking them the same question as well as the public. If the EIR includes all of the analysis they think is necessary and identifies all the mitigation measures, then that piece would go forward to be packaged together in the form of a final EIR. So separately, we'll be preparing environmental analysis on the fifth scenario, which would be a separate companion piece to the draft EIR. And so at the end of the process, both pieces would be addressed in the final EIR. However, in between all that, if City Council identifies a new scenario or they identify some other things that haven't been fully analyzed in the EIR, they select a scenario that includes new policies that are very different from what we've studied, then SECO would require us to fully analyze that. That would be in the form of a supplement, another supplement to the EIR. That would go through this whole same process again in terms of draft document, public hearings. Then after that goes through this process, then the final EIR would cover all of those pieces.
So assuming that there is not a new scenario brought up by the council, once a final EIR is put together, is there another draft of that final EIR that we would once again review, or would it simply be approved directly?
So the final EIR, it has to be circulated for a minimum of 10 days. So we would produce the final EIR, which in essence is a draft. And then it includes response to comments. And then it would include response to comments and as well as any new information, provided that it doesn't really change the mitigation measures. So that would be circulated for a 10-day comment period. And then that would go to the commission as well as City Council. And then if no other further comments are produced or changes needed, then that document then would be adopted or certified by the City Council.
Okay, thank you.
Martin?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Goyer. First of all, I'd like to tag on to Board Member Bunnenberg's comment about study sessions. Right now, the HRB is encouraging any applicant that comes before the HRB to present to us or to have a conversation with a study session where there's no binding comment, no motions, no actions taken by the HRB on a project. But we found that applicants that come to us for a study session prior to submitting a formal project seem to benefit the applicant and the city as a whole. Our policy right now is that the study sessions are no fee for a study session. They just get on the calendar and then appear before the HRB on a scheduled meeting. So it's still a public hearing, but again, no action is taken. And it gives a chance for an applicant to kind of get a reading from the HRB's point of view. Again, that's been very, I think, very beneficial for applicant and the city as a whole. So if there's some way in this mitigation measure draft EIR for cultural resources, if there's some way to publish that, I don't know if it needs to be a requirement, but somehow make it highly encourageable to have a study session. And again, if there's no fee for the applicant for that, that would not be a financial burden in terms of fees. My next comment on is regarding population and housing, and then that shows up on page 8 of the draft measures, and in particular it's POP-4A, that's on page 8. Talks about affordable housing, and affordable can be defined obviously in many ways. It could be below market rates, below market of what neighborhood, and that's another discussion. But my comment is, in addition to having a fee where affordable housing can be located in a site to be determined, for example, one thing to consider is if you have a below market residence regulation or requirement or incentive, that those houses actually be put on the site that's being considered, rather than having it off-site somewhere else, or even a site to be determined, where there's, if there's money being collected, the money collected does not result in a house or housing on the property that's asking for the benefit of that, whatever benefits those might be. The positive aspect of that approach is ties into transportation. If you put below market housing on the site that's being asked to receive any form of a benefit from that, well, that obviously helps the transportation issue of now people who are would be living in those units would be in a more centralized district, perhaps. So, my final comment about the idea of study sessions and to what level those can be enforced to occur. This might be tied into, as again, as board member Bunneberg mentioned, tied into an area of potential effect. And that's when maybe a study session would then be required. So that might tie in with the ideas of areas of potential effect when there's a proposal that may have an effect on a historic resource. Tagging into board member Balte's comment about parking, there are certainly cities around the world that have addressed the issue of how many cars come into a central district. In the city of Florence, Italy, it's for at least 16 years, you cannot drive into the central district. I think London has some restrictions. I think Copenhagen, I'm not sure. So the issue of transportation is not, well, what do you do with cars? The issue is, how do you get a person from point A to point B? So certainly see in San Francisco, I see it used a lot, where you don't need to own a car 24 hours to get from point A to point B. I mean, using a mobile phone, you can get a car for hire. So you own a car or rent a car, or you're hiring a driver to drive a car for maybe 1 hour use. This still gets you from point A to point B. I own a car 24 hours a day to get myself from point A to point B when I'm driving. But so the idea of not having to have cars if you live in a central district, that's a possible thing for this environmental impact report draft to look at. The cities I've mentioned, so people can drive to around the perimeter, and then there's parking spaces. So that might be. I mean, I know the city of Brugge, for example, Brugge in Belgium. They've got underground parking that's public, and so that's one example of having off-site parking, but it's even below ground, so it's not even visible, so that can allow the tallest structure to be trees, for example. So, let's see if I have any other comments for now. Flipping pages here. My last comment is on the different scenarios that are presented to us today, scenario 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm looking at scenario 3, where there's a increase in housing densities, and also tagging on to board member Firth's comment about if there can also be inclusion of lower income housing incomes too, and not just professionals and working professionals and seniors. There are other incomes that are people of other incomes that can benefit from having housing downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. We've had some good points, and pretty much most of my process points, if you want to call it, have been covered. So just sort of a side note, having been around numerous EIRs and this sort of process, that it seems over the years the big priority has been on housing. And I mean, that's a good thing and all that, but what it has a tendency to do, that a lot of zoning ends up favoring housing, and what you end up with is a housing development gets put in the middle of what used to be a commercial area or an R&D area, and all of a sudden it changes the whole context. And I guess we're doing it to ourselves. It's one of these things, the more we work on making this a better place to live, and I'm talking about the whole peninsula in general, is that land values go up, and all of a sudden, you know, a plot of land that used to be a car dealership is now way too valuable to be a car dealership because it's, quote, underutilized, and now we need to put housing there. And whatever the commercial use was ends up moving to some other area, which then kicks into gear the whole problem that I think most of us agree is one of the biggest problems we have is transportation, is that you know, people then have to travel a lot further to where they work or from where they live to that sort of thing, whereas initially they had a smaller commute when they both lived and worked inside the same community. So it's one of these things. Of those, I'd like to see picking one of the scenarios. I agree. I think probably 3 is the most practical that I think we need to. TOD is the you know, the way of the future. I mean, I guess we baby boomers are still love our cars, but a lot of the millennials and all that either don't have a car, or in many cases I know quite a few that don't even have a driver's license because, as you said, they get an Uber or whatever the case is, and it's not that big a deal to them. So I think those are the, you know, that group is the ones that will drive this whole issue of the TOD, making it become a more practical approach and a doable approach. Like I said, I think that's the gist of it. So are there any sort of a one or last comment from anyone? Or everybody pretty much happy? Okay. I guess you've gotten a handful then? Okay. I think that'll do it. I'll close this portion then.
Thank you.
Why don't we take a 5 or 10 minute break so we can reorganize everything, and then we'll be back as the ARB. Okay, I'll call the board back to order, and just a couple of minor things that on our agenda we have city official reports being the meeting schedule, subcommittee assignments, and a list of staff-approved minor architectural reviews. I won't dwell on that. Is there anything that anyone on the board would like to ask staff about?
Well, yes, staff or the board, I'm not sure. Last meeting at subcommittee, we had a project come to us. It was on El Camino at College Avenue. And Q and I were on the subcommittee at the time, and I think both of us felt that the project as presented in the building permit plans, it was not clear. The drawings were not very comprehensive. Seemed to be deviating from the approved architectural review plans enough that I think we left it, Q, that we would just ask that it goes back to staff to see what we should do. But I wonder if you could bring us to speed on that one.
Yes, so thank you for bringing that up. We did take those comments seriously, and so staff went out and did a site visit on that particular building. We took a look at the changes that they were proposing, talked them through, what would be required if they wanted to continue to go forward with those changes. And I believe they've come to a decision that they're just going to stay with what was approved in their building permit.
If I could, though, Jody, for example, the building as presented to the Architecture Review Board had a sort of a curved fascia trim, a real curve, a radius. And what was being built, what was presented on the construction drawings was a chamfered, a 45-degree angled piece. And it struck me as a significant change or reduction in the quality of the design.
I believe there was on this particular project an ARB approval, but there was an earlier subcommittee approval that approved that more angular look to the building, and that is what was approved in their building permits. So they're going to continue forward with that project likely. They were just changing the materials. The source of the material changed, but I don't think you had concerns about that. And then the windows, they're putting sort of how some of the eyeglasses can change tints when they hit the sun. They're doing those sorts of windows that are electrically charged. They go from clear to tinted.
No, I have a question that let me understand. So that the items that you were addressing on the subcommittee were the only thing that was changed, or was the building itself looked a lot different than things that they were, and I don't want to say slide by us, but things that were changed without due process, if you want to call it?
Well, I think that's the sense that Q and I had looking at the project. It wasn't so much the things they were asking for us to change. It was a substitution of a tile, but rather the building as presented to us. They said sort of this is what it is and this is what we want to change. When they said this is what it is, and then we said let's compare that to what was approved by the ARB, I think they were different.
Okay, and you're telling me there was a previous subcommittee meeting that changed that?
Correct. I don't know if that was clear at the subcommittee.
Yeah, I was going to say that should have been a very...
If I may, I think that was not made clear to us, and I don't want to place blame on staff or the applicant, but I think it'd be very helpful in the future to be very clear in their documents to us, because I think the majority of the board, at least, is fairly new to the board, and I don't think, if we're not brought up to speed with the knowledge that there was another subcommittee review, that changes a lot. And that's why I think Peter and myself were very concerned that the original ARB approval set was so different from what we were looking at. But in either case, the documents, I think, need to be reviewed and made sure that they're in accordance with what they're saying it is, because we felt that what they said it wasn't necessarily what it was, if that makes sense.
Well,
Yeah,
I
totally, I understand that conversation. And like I said, we did go out on a site visit and verify those types of things. We also, too, moving forward, are going to have, and maybe you've already sort of seen these sort of bullet points of what we're asking the ARB to, the subcommittee to review. We're going to put that more in a staff report format. And one of the things we can do is make sure that there's some background as far as what the previous approvals are.
Yeah.
And after we've completed the public hearing items, could we talk amongst ourselves about whether we could schedule a comp plan EIR? study session and.
Sure, we can do that at the end when we talk
Well,
about new
don't-
business or
don't waste
whatever.
people.
Okay. Is that, okay.
I think the only other thing, I just wanted to make sure that everyone would be present for the May 5th, May 19th, and June 2nd hearings. If you're not, please let me know now or email me.
June 2nd, I won't be here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is that it? All right, then on to item 4, which is 4175 Manuel Avenue, request by Kevin Davies on behalf of Congregation Kol Emeth for architecture review to demolish an existing one-story synagogue facility totaling approximately 11,691 square feet and construction of a new synagogue facility with approximately 23,555 square feet. In addition, but not specific subject of the Architecture Review Board's review, are requests for a variance to exceed the maximum allowable floor area by approximately 4,943 square feet for a portion of the building with a vaulted ceiling over 17 feet in height. This request is not for actual floor area, but volume space that by code is counted toward the floor area maximum and relates more toward building mass as opposed to the intensity of the proposed use. A variance is also requested to allow the access ramp at the subterranean garage as well as the below-grade garage itself to encroach onto the special setback. Religious facilities in the residential district are also subject to a conditional use permit. The variance and conditional use permit is not the subject of the hearing, but the public may comment on these application requests. Environmental assessment, the project is exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15061, 15302, and 15303. Zoning district, single-family residential district.
Thank you. So good morning. My name is Jody Gerhardt, manager of the current planning division. I'm pinch hitting for one of our other planners that had a personal meeting that was important for her to attend. So this is the 4175 Manuela Avenue. The project, as you talked about, it's a 1.37 acres. It is a triangular, sort of odd-shaped lot. The proposal is for 2 buildings, a main sanctuary building and an administrative building that would total the just over 23,000 square feet. 121 parking spaces are being provided, some on the surface, most of them below grade, and then 20 bicycle spaces in conformance with the code. We have a site plan, so you can see on the right-hand side is the sanctuary building, and then on the left, sort of bottom there, is the administrative building with the surface parking towards the rear. And the ramp to the below-grade parking would be at the farthest left side there. So some key issues. This is the second time that the ARB is taking a look at this project. So some of the key issues that we picked up from the first hearing were pedestrian access and circulation. There was a discussion about the wood lattice, and the applicant has brought you some more details today. There was concerns about the visual impacts of the sort of garage ramp. Would you be looking down into this dark hole of a ramp? And then the surface to below grade garage connection, making sure that many of the members would be parking in the below grade parking, and we want them to have a nice, want to park there and have a nice experience coming out of that. So those are some of the key issues that we'd like to further refine today. We have some, site access and circulation diagrams that are in the plan set for you to review. There's additional details about the wood lattice. There is a maintenance program that is proposed. And we have some views of the garage ramp and also of the staircase that would bring members up to the sanctuary. So with that, staff is recommending that the ARB recommend to the director approval of the proposed project based upon the architecture review findings and the conditions of approval. Thank you.
Okay, can we hear from the applicant? You'll have 10 minutes.
Yes. It's a pleasure to be before you again. This is actually the third time we've been before you if you count the preliminary review. So we do want to be mindful of our time, and we don't want to be too repetitive with our presentation. So we've organized our presentation into 3 parts. The first 2 parts will briefly talk about the inspiration and the concept of the design, just to refresh you. We'll then talk briefly about the project itself, how it's sited, how the circulation is, and the buildings are oriented. And then finally, we'd like to spend the majority of our time focusing on the part of the project that garnered the most discussion last time, and that being the wood lattice, the materials themselves, and the care and the detailing. So as you know, Hawley Peterson Snyder and Field Architecture have been working together on this project for quite some time, and Stan Field, the design principal for the project, will take you through the first 2 parts of our presentation. Stan? Just push that forward.
Forward, okay. Hi, my name is Stan Field of Field Architecture. I'm briefly going to talk about what brought this project about in the way it's been formed. So I'm going to start off with this diagram here, and it's really the inspiration behind the entire project. This depicts the 12 tribes of Israel encamped around the tabernacle. That was in the desert in Sinai. I chose the tabernacle rather than the more ornate temple because it more closely expressed the ethos of the Kohelet congregation. This became the concept, really, and is played out using the same primary functions as that original tabernacle. It's the 2-to-1 ratio of length to breadth, and the top diagram shows the original tabernacle, and the bottom shows our sanctuary and courtyard, which is exactly the same as was in the original. So this concept is played out in the architecture, and 12 wood columns represent the tribes, and they surround these spaces and support the draped wooden canopy structure. The multi-purpose space forms the enclosing structure to this core. Large glass sliding doors pocket away into side walls, allowing the space flexibility of both indoor and outdoor use. Here is an overhead view of the neighborhood context of existing buildings and the parking. As you can see, the parking takes up a huge amount of the site, and all the cars are visible to the street. And you'll notice as I go to the next slide that all the cars and parking are out of sight. But I also want to point one thing out, that this is the existing sanctuary and synagogue, and traditionally all synagogues should face east. This particular one, maybe because of the configuration of the site, faces north. And so one of the main objectives of this project is to correct that. And so you see in the new design where that original parking lot was is this east-west orientation. And the sanctuary now is in its correct position. Behind it, or alongside it, is the courtyard, and then the multi-purpose hall and the small administrative building on the side. The various components that really are going to stand out are this wonderful garden that we've created along the Manuela frontage. The full 30-foot special setback has been given over to this garden, and the backdrop of this garden is going to be this lattice. And my friend or colleague, son, is going to present the lattice to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stan. Colleague, friend, father. I suppose there is a nice multi-generational aspect to the very element that we're discussing here as well. And thank you to the ARB for allowing me the opportunity to go into such detail about this particular element. So what is the lattice and what is this element that we're referring to? The lattice is an exterior element that wraps the building in the same way the talit, or the prayer shawl, wraps across the shoulders during special prayer. Much like the diverse congregation membership, it is made up of distinct individual pieces that come together to form a beautiful tapestry and create a powerful sense of community. Supported by delicate steel fins that create stacked horizontal ribbons like lines of music, it is made of 2,200 pieces of reclaimed wood shorts. These are small offcuts of timber that are too small for the mill to sell and usually end up in landfill. The 30-inch tall timber members are arrayed and gradually rotated in various gradients along the west elevation to optimize daylighting and function as sun-controlled brise-soleil behind the row of trees that form the community garden that you can see in this rendering along Manuela. It then wraps into the space between the buildings in the northern orientation that reinforces the main internal pedestrian walk. At the last ARB meeting, we were tasked with developing the details of the lattice and developing the materials and finishes that will provide the design intent over a lasting period of time. The slides that follow summarize what we've done over the past several months to respond to the comments and develop this important aspect of the building. First, we looked at successful precedents for the use of vertical wood louvers as sun control elements. Next, we visited a case study building in the local vicinity subject to similar environmental conditions. And finally, we researched wood species, protective techniques and coatings, performed rigorous testing, and made our selections. Working closely with a CNC fabricator expert in steel and timber applications across North America, we developed the lattice details and refined the attachment system so that air circulation is maintained on all 6 sides of each of the lattice members, and replacement of individual members is made simple. We developed the fabrication technique to optimize material usage using nested algorithms for optimizing sheet goods on the steel CNC cutter. We optimize shipping modules and ease of on-site assembly. The lattice will be prefabricated, pre-finished, and pre-assembled into larger components that will provide for a meticulous final product while minimizing construction footprint, reducing time and labor on site. With sustainably sourced timber gaining such prominence in the green building industry, we were able to find a wide range of successful applications around the world. Here you can see several examples, including the Langley Academy by Foster & Partners, the Watsonville Water Resources Center by WRNS, and here the U.S. Census Bureau in Maryland by Skidmore, Owings & Merrill. Closer to home, we used a case study with nearly identical environmental conditions, and this here that you see is the David and Lucille Packard Foundation building in Los Altos. We walked through the building in detail with the facilities manager and evaluated the look and performance of the Western Red Cedar and their low VOC protective coating called Timber Pro UV. The Packard building, which was specifically designed to be used as a model project for sustainable construction, was a great resource, and talking with the facilities manager directly responsible for maintenance provided valuable insight. Here you can see an image of the Western Red Cedar with a Timber Pro UV maintenance coat, which is reapplied every 3 to 5 years, depending on the orientation. With this in mind, we assembled a palette of wood species and top-performing maintenance products. We tested 150 different combinations of wood species, surface treatment, and finishes, and assembled 3 sample mosaics, which you can see on the screen here, in cool, medium, and warm tones. Our selection, which you can see in this full-scale mock-up that we prepared over here to our left, to my left, to your right, was a mix of reclaimed North American weather-resistant species of southern bald cypress, Port Orford cedar, white oak, redwood, and western red cedar. The beautiful variations in color and texture that we see come from the innate differences in each of the species' natural color, their previous use, and grain pattern. We selected an initial factory-applied semi-transparent stain that provides a high level of UV protection and a single product maintenance coat using a clear sealer that will be applied on site every 3 to 5 years. We then met with a local finishing contractor who provided feedback, estimated time and cost of maintenance, and will be contracting directly with the congregation. In summary, I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to develop this important aspect of the architecture further. We feel that we've achieved the expression of the concept, the beauty and diversity that we were striving for in this unique element of the design. We learned a lot in the process and are excited to make it a reality. Thank you.
And if I may just say one final thought, it has been a long journey for Colomet. They've been working on this for many more years than I have, but between field architecture and HPS, we've been working on it for about a year and a half, working with planning, the department leaders, and we think that through their guidance and through our skill, we've been able to produce a project that's better, not only for Colomet, but for the community of Palo Alto. So we encourage your support and recommendation to the director to approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I've got a number of speaker cards here. What I'll do is I will call out your name and then the next person so we can move along quickly. You will have 3 minutes. So why don't we start out with Spike Breon, followed by Paul Johnson.
Hi, I live at 4182 Manuela Avenue, across the street from the synagogue. We lived there for 37 years. Congregation has been growing during that time. They've expanded the facility twice. No reason to believe they won't continue to grow. Last Saturday, I counted cars. I sent photos of the cars to Mr. Agarwal. I emailed them to him. Of the 60 overflow cars that would not fit in the current lot, 45 were parked on neighborhood streets, 16 were parked at Aldersgate, because the drivers will park at Aldersgate only when the neighborhood streets are full. On a previous Saturday, I counted cars on a Saturday that the synagogue had provided a shuttle bus up to Aldersgate, and even with a shuttle bus, of the 66 cars that I counted, there were 36 at Aldersgate, but there were still 30 on the neighborhood streets. And these are not peak demand Saturdays, they're just everyday Saturdays. On another Saturday, of the 70 overflow cars that I counted, 35 were at Aldersgate, 35 were parked on the neighborhood street. On peak days, it's even worse. A lady who lives on Oak Hill, I saw an email in one of the packets. She said that there are even cars parked on Oak Hill, a neighborhood narrow street that's a block away. Okay, what do we have? We have 121 spaces in the new facility proposed. That's about 23 spaces more than are provided right now in the current lot. Now that 23 cars off the street is going to make a difference. A dent, it will make a dent. There will still be 30 plus cars parked on the neighborhood street, and that's current demand. You may have heard that the cars will not go to Aldersgate until the neighborhood streets are full. The solution is simple but expensive. The new facility is going to require a second level of underground parking.
Thank you. Okay, so we have Paul Johnson, then followed by David Borth, I guess it is.
Thank you. My name is Paul Johnston. I reside at 838 Mesa Court. This is the property to the south, which, as you look at those drawings, will be to the right of the drawings there. We share a 180-foot boundary between our two properties, and as such, we are the property that is by far the most affected by this development. Nevertheless, as I indicated before, had substantial conversations with the architects and with representatives of Cole-Emmett. We agreed to a number of things, including landscaping in that area that are shown on the drawings, including height issues, including light spill issues, noise issues, et cetera, et cetera. I want to report that I'm not only pleased with the discussions we had with Cole-Emmett, but I'm also very pleased to see that staff has accepted all of those issues, and they are included in the conditions. And the reason I come here is just to say that I am satisfied with what's being done, and I want to make sure that those issues continue to be addressed. They don't seem to be in controversy, but unfortunately, as we keep on having meetings, I keep on having to come back to say the same thing, and this is my third time back here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we have David and then Dan Siegel.
Thank you. I'm Rabbi David Booth. I'm the senior rabbi at Colomet. I'm a resident of Palo Alto for the last 10 years, and actually with a lot of roots in Palo Alto. My dad worked at Palo Alto Medical. My mom was at Silicon Graphics and Sun Microsystems, so just a long time Bay Area and Palo Alto connected person. I'm thinking a lot about the coincidence of this meeting just the day before Passover starts. And as Passover begins, we celebrate, the Jewish people celebrate the idea of hope and of freedom, of understanding we have to have a deep commitment to a larger community, a sense of what's possible when people of faith and people of goodwill get together, that they can really change the world and bring hope into the world. Colomet has been in this location since the early 60s. The institution is probably, I think, is the oldest, as it were, the longest time resident of that particular street. And over that time, Colomet has had a great interest in the community, in the Jewish community, and the community as a whole. There's no question the synagogue's grown as the Jewish community and the city of Palo Alto has grown. Over the last 9 to 10 years, the growth has been relatively stable, and over the last 3 years, we've seen actually zero growth, and we attribute that to a number of factors, but I'm not convinced that the Jewish community or the Palo Alto community is growing in the same way that it was, so I don't project actual substantive or meaningful growth over the next period of time. The building that we're trying to create is a building for who our community is today. Our community doesn't fit in that facility right now, and we're really hoping to be able to offer the kind of communal and Jewish activities that we feel this congregation needs, that this Palo Alto Jewish community needs, and that the Palo Alto community needs. We care a lot about the environment, and we've been involved with green efforts for the city of Palo Alto. We care a lot about issues of hunger and homelessness in our community, and we've always been a leading voice in those kinds of social action. Congregations like ours, Jewish, Christian, other, I think form a critical part of the fabric of the Palo Alto community. And we really want to create the kind of home for ourselves that allows us to continue to be who we are and the nature of what our congregation can be. So thank you very much for considering our project, and we look forward to being able to get an approval.
Thank you. Okay, we'll have Dan Siegel followed by Peter Wexler.
Good morning, Dan Siegel of Jorgensen, Siegel, McClure, Flagel. It's quite a juxtaposition to have the attorney come right after the rabbi. I'm not quite sure what my mother would think of that. I'm here on behalf of my partner, Mindy Romanowski, who's been working with his team and collaboratively with staff and with the neighbors to bring this project back to you. It's been stated for a third meeting, and we think we're ready for approval tonight, actually this morning. We have the right size project for the site, for the congregation, and similar to what's going on in the neighborhood, we being one of the oldest buildings, people are making their 1960s buildings ready for modern usage, environmentally, practically, access-wise. This building the new building is proposed to be shorter than the current building and significantly less tall than residences on the same site could be, 6 or 7 feet, I believe, less than the maximum for residents. If you've heard the most immediate neighbor speak about, we've worked very collaboratively and cooperatively with him to make this fit into the neighborhood. We desire a modern and efficient building, and while all religious organizations would love to say that membership is growing, that's not what the facts bear out, and especially in Silicon Valley, affiliation rates are down across the board, across denominations. This is the right size for the congregation as it is today. It's a smart design. It attempts to limit all the impacts. We have the setback with the garden in the front. The sanctified core does have some area that under the zoning ordinance does need to be double counted. We're asking for a variance there. That's in front of the Planning Commission. It's a small area, and again, that's only to 21 feet and not to the 27 or 28 feet. I can't remember the exact number that the residences can be at. It has very little impact on the neighborhood. It's set as close to Foothill Expressway as possible. And similar to people in the neighborhood, you know, periodically you have events, people come to your house, they park in front of your house, they park in front of other people's houses. In our case, it doesn't happen very often. It's on a limited amount of time on Saturday mornings. We have the parking agreement with Aldergates Church, and street parking is legal in that part of town. It's not that people are parking where they should not park. They're not parking in red zones or yellow zones. They're accessing street parking just as they were going to someone's house. We also have parking plan in place, and unlike a residence, we have an executive director and a use permit where people can go if there are issues with the parking. Religious uses are part of the community, as the rabbi discussed. The city needs to find a way to make it compatible between the residences and the religious uses, and we look forward to your approval today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we have Peter Wexler, followed by Yvonne Boxerman.
Hi, my name is Peter Wexler. My family and I are residents of Palo Alto, maybe 15, 17 years. I'm also a past president and served on the board of Colomet for quite a while. I'm very involved in the new building activity. One of the things I want to mention is that we understand we live within a larger community. And speaking as a past member of the board, issues with respect to the community have always been on the agenda of the board periodically. We wanted to make sure that we're good neighbors. In particular, I just flew back from the East Coast yesterday, and one of the first calls I got was about an event that just happened this past weekend. It turns out a senior person at Facebook had an event on the weekend, and I think virtually every person at Facebook showed up for the event unexpectedly. It occasionally does happen, but like I said, I got a call. We had to look at our parking plan. Do we need to tweak it? Somebody who speaks after me will talk a little bit more about what we're doing with respect to parking. Having said that, we appreciate the fact that the staff has been so engaged in the project. We think it's made it a better project. We appreciate the fact that they've recommended approval. We've worked very hard since coming here in December of 2014. It hasn't been lost on us the fact that construction costs have gone up during that period of time, and would be very happy if the ARB saw its way to approve the project. So thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Okay, I have Yvonne Boxerman.
Good morning. My name is Yvonne Boxerman, a Palo Alto resident for about 30 years, past president of Colomet, and the executive director there from 2008 until my retirement this past December. During my tenure, the congregation overwhelmingly voted to construct a new building rather than making perpetual fixes to a 50-plus-year-old structure. Then, over a year's period, we advertised and held multiple meetings to which approximately 25 neighbor households attended. A large majority of those who came seemed satisfied that the project we were projecting and proposing was much more suitable and attractive for the neighborhood than our current building. One neighbor commented that he appreciated the underground parking lot and understood that it was being planned at great expense to the congregation. Not one person who attended said they were opposed to a new building for Colomet. Over the past 2 years, we regularly use a shuttle service to Aldersgate Church to accommodate overflow parking. Pastor Roger Morimoto wrote recently, quote, Aldersgate, UMC, and Colomet have a great working relationship in sharing the parking spaces of the two facilities. Aldersgate has no intention of changing this understanding in the near or long-term future. At our last hearing in January before this committee, one of the panel members mentioned he lives near downtown where people park legally in front of his home 24/7. At Colomet, we're talking about cars on the street occasionally, legally parking for a total of 3 to 4 hours on some Saturdays, not every Saturday. If you take a drive around a residential neighborhood on a Sunday near a church in Palo Alto, you will probably see many cars parked on neighboring streets. We at Colomet are addressing this very issue by building an expensive underground garage, which amounts to about 25% of total construction costs. We believe we are doing everything we can to work in harmony with our neighbors, as you've heard others say before me. It is our fervent hope that the members of this board will look in favor and vote for our project to be passed today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have no other speaker slips. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the, do you have another comment? Or, okay, then I'll close the public portion, bring it back to the board. Q, why don't you start? Sure, all right. If there are any questions, go ahead.
I have a question.
Hang on, you had one?
I just had a quick question for the applicant. Do you have any statistics or numbers on the average number of people that bicycle to Colometh?
We had a very extensive traffic study done that was prepared for the city, and on a weekly basis, they monitor the number of, yeah, sure, I'm sorry. We did a very extensive traffic analysis that was submitted to the city, and for 1 year, they actually did an analysis for how many attendees are coming to the facility. And then specifically to look at walkers and bicyclists, they selected 2 Saturdays during last year for the event. One was a larger event, I believe it was a bar mitzvah, and one was just a typical Saturday. Generally speaking, I think between walkers and bicyclists, it was around 15 to 17 people total. I couldn't tell you how many were on a bike and how many were walking.
Okay, thank you.
Peter?
Yes, very quickly. On sheet A17, you have on the lower right-hand corner a view of the garage stairs seen from down below. As I look at that sheet, I see images of greenery at the back of the stair landing. Maybe you could bring that screen up. It's sheet back one, right there. That's
Yes.
showing vines or something growing on that back wall, which I believe helps the stairs there. But is that documented in the landscape plan? I didn't see that anywhere. Is that really going to happen?
Well, we probably need to develop that fine-tuning a little bit, but our goal is, because we did want to bring light into the garage and make the experience from the people that are parking within the garage and give them some wayfinding.
Just a yes or no. Is it in the plans now?
Actually, may I ask my landscape architect that question?
Please do.
Sure.
So you're right, it's not documented in the plans, but it can be added into the plans.
Thank you.
Any other comment or questions from anyone? Go ahead.
This is a question partly for staff. Can you explain to me 2 things? One is the presence or absence of sidewalks in this neighborhood. I saw, reading the transportation element, EIR, transportation section of the comp plan, EIR, that there are neighborhoods, a couple neighborhoods in the city that don't have sidewalks. Is this one of those?
Yes, this area does not have sidewalks, standard sidewalks.
Thank you. And then could you explain to me, I think one of the drawings gives some indication, the relationship between the proposed improvements and the property line and the city right-of-way. And of course, what I'm trying to figure out is the garden in the right-of-way, and what are we doing instead of a public sidewalk along the frontage of this building?
So there would normally be a planting strip, so there is a portion of that landscaping that is potentially in the right-of-way.
It is, in fact, in the right-of-way, shown, right?
Well, there's a 30-foot special setback that they're adhering to, so there's front landscaping as well. And that proposed walkway would be on private property.
So what's confusing me is when I look at the property line, there seems to be landscaping street side of the property line. Am I misreading it, or is that correct?
Similar to a planting strip.
So yes, there is landscaping
yes.
on the street side. And so then the walkway, which seems very attractive, that goes across the front of the building, that meets ADA accessibility standards and will be lit for 24-hour-a-day access?
I would be asking the architect to verify.
The sidewalk will be constructed to meet accessibility. Absolutely.
And what will the lighting be like? I have not looked at the streetlights there, so I'm just thinking of this as a better than a normal sidewalk situation, but that requires, of course, ADA accessibility and then also lighting, and so I'm just asking you what the lighting proposal is.
We do not have the lighting designed yet. That'll be part of our permit drawings, but we certainly will make sure that it is lighted to at least the minimum requirement to get
Probably
people
better than most city sidewalks would be,
and,
I'm sure.
And certainly we don't want to light the building on the front. We don't want to have any light pollution in the neighborhood.
I'm not proposing light pollution. And then could the short-term bike places, some of them are adjacent to and back out into the drop-off, is that correct?
They shouldn't actually be backing out into a drive aisle, but there are some tight corners around the admin building, I believe.
Yeah,
thank you.
Jody, unfortunately, the keyboard's not working, so I can't put up that circulation plan.
Any other questions from anyone? Okay, Hugh, why don't you?
Thank you for coming back to us for the third time. I think overall, I'm very pleased with the way that the project has gone and the refinements that you've made. I think the majority of my concerns have been met and addressed and resolved. A reason, I think one of the other board members will speak to this later, but the reason I asked the question regarding the bicycle population of the congregation was the fact that it seems like there's a lacking of bicycle parking, but if your numbers are correct, I can't really say much to that.
The calculation per the code requires 19, and we're providing 20.
Right, and I think this is not a neighborhood that I'm all that familiar with, but I think in certain neighborhoods in Palo Alto, the percentage of people that bicycle far exceeds what's required by code, and so that was just a thought that I had. Regarding some of the other concerns that I feel were addressed, thank you for presenting the detailed drawings of the wood lattice. A quick question that I forgot to ask earlier was looking at sheet A16.1. It appears that there is a plate backing on some of the wood lattice members that go across the two buildings. Is that correct?
Jess, do you want to address that?
Yes, at the, as you can see on the, just let's point to the sheet here. Over here, we were, one of the things that we looked at in further detail was the single point where we actually have a span over the entrance where the lattice wraps into to the pedestrian walk. Mm-hmm. At that spot, at that location, in order to avoid having columns coming down in the walkway, we came up with an innovative idea with our structural engineer and the fabricator to actually pre-weld onto the system onto the individual flat bars additional vertical slats that will actually be wedged between two wood lattice members. So those will essentially be concealed behind wood. It will look continuous, but yet allow it to perform essentially as a box beam, making that span.
So that plate is the same profile as the wood lattice piece, and it's going to be hidden behind the wood, correct?
Exactly. Each one of those wood lattice, particular wood lattice, making that span would actually just be sawn down the middle, and the plate and
I see. So it's placed on both sides of that middle. I see. Okay. Yeah. My concern was that if it's simply placed on the front, what would that look like from the back? But I understand now. I did want to disclose that I did visit Field Architecture's office to see the mock-up when it was ready. And like I said, I think I'm very pleased with the species of wood that they've chosen. And it does sound like that you're going to go with the old growth species rather than the newer wood that I saw at the office.
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity, should something not be available, something get damaged in the future, that we could interchange those pieces.
Okay. And I'm pleased to see condition number 19 regarding the maintenance of that wood lattice. I thought the circulation diagrams were helpful. I still have some, very minor concerns that wouldn't hold me up from approving or from recommending approval of the project, but I do still have some concerns regarding pedestrians having to cross over, possibly two vehicular entrances to the site. I did see the new condition saying that would be avoided so that cars wouldn't make both trips, but I think it's something that's going to be hard to regulate. I mean, no one's going to be standing out there to make sure that nobody does that twice, and
one thing that we may have neglected in this presentation to mention is that as part of the TDM and the agreement that we would have is that the parking on Saturdays would be assigned at the surface. So therefore everybody else will be parking down below. So there won't be a lot of...
So there will be assigned people that park on the surface?
Correct.
So do you see that it can be avoided, that some people will be dropping people off only to enter into the parking garage?
If it's okay if I jump in, in our current parking arrangement, we have actually parking attendants on Saturday morning who are directing traffic and trying to keep people in those places where they belong, and also on Tuesdays when we have a religious school. So that's what the current access points in our current plan. We absolutely intend to do that. We need to do it. We want to do it when there's large traffic volume.
Okay. So yeah, I think overall I'm very pleased with what I'm seeing. I would be ready to approve to recommend approval of the project. One minor thing for staff, I noticed that in the conditions of approval, condition number 4 and 23 are similar. If there's a way to maybe combine them, I thought that may be a little bit better for efficiency, but I can also see if they need to be kept apart. And then lastly, condition number 16 says that the large and special events will not exceed 8 events in a year. I know in previous meetings there was some discussion about that actual number. Has 8 been agreed to? And if there's any other information that you'd like to comment on about that?
Yeah, we agreed that certainly would not exceed 8 events. And again, as mentioned before, when we did the weekly analysis for 1 year, there were actually only 7 events that were over 300 attendees, and only 2 of those were over 400 attendees. So we don't think that we're going to have any problem with 8.
Okay, thank you.
Alex?
So thank you for all the updates on the project, and so I can support the project today. It seems like the project is very beautifully designed, and as I mentioned at the last hearing, I did sort of an unscientific study of parking at churches in Palo Alto, and it really ranged from 0 to 250, but most of them were in the 80 to 120 parking counts. And so it seems to me, this seems perfect. It seems reasonable to me. And I can understand if the neighbors have concerns about the parking. So, I mean, in like Los Altos Hills, most of the people think that area is Los Altos Hills. There really isn't that much street parking at all because the roads are so narrow, and most of the lots are large enough to have, off-street parking. In this particular case, yes, the triangular lot I think is definitely a special circumstance, and it definitely makes everything much more difficult. So I can support the project, as it is. And I think the only other comments that I have are really nitpicky. So one is, I think you have the existing fence along Foothill, the concrete fence. So if it's painted, if it gets repainted, I think the color needs to be reviewed by staff.
Okay.
And then I think last time I mentioned that if there was any lighting at the driveway entrance, and I didn't see anything added to the lighting plan yet. And then I think you're also showing signage in one of the renderings, and then that's usually staff approval.
Correct. Yeah,
but I would lump that all together.
A completely separate permit, and we'll meet the requirements to the sign sizes and so forth.
And so that's where I am on this project.
Okay, Peter?
Thank you. I too can support the project as a whole. I would like to address first the question of the zoning and the variance. I raised this last time, and I still remain concerned that essentially it seems to me staff is willing to put forth this variance, seems to me arguing because it's not really floor area, square footage, it's just sort of second story compatibility. And I find that is exactly what the floor area regulations are intended to to reduce. And if a building wants to be taller than 17 feet, that affects the appearance of the bulk of the building, and correspondingly, the other parts of the building should have been or should be reduced in size. I cannot support that type of variance finding based on that logic, especially because it's in or very close to a residential neighborhood where variances for FAR are explicitly not allowed. All of this said, the ARB is tasked with making a certain series of findings. I had come to the conclusion that finding number 2 could not be met. The design is compatible with the immediate environment of the site. On a second site visit out there, I've changed my mind. I feel that the design is compatible and will be more compatible, expressly because the project removes a large parking lot, which I find incompatible with the residential neighborhood, and increases that compatibility. So I can make the required architectural board finding, and the variance issue is, in a sense, not our purview. So I'll leave it at that, but I do find that staff's arguing for it in the staff report that it's not really square footage is not an appropriate rationale to be given.
May I briefly respond, Mr. Belte?
Robert, he wants to speak.
I was just going to comment that the existing sanctuary on the site is 26 feet tall, and our proposal at its highest point is 21 feet. So we're actually going to be shorter than what the existing facility is.
Thank you. I'm very sympathetic to the neighbor with the parking issues. I can easily imagine that sometimes the street has got cars from the synagogue on it. However, it seems to me that they're meeting all the parking requirements of the town. It seems to me they're making an extremely good faith effort to address and work with the neighbors, and it's hard to find fault where we should. The request was to make a second underground parking garage. That would be an extraordinary request that's out of requirements for any other applicant in the city. It would go well beyond the requirements of the code. And I just don't think in fairness you can do that. I think it'll be fine the way it is, although there will be some impact to the community, that's true. Nonetheless, I can support what's being done right now. I find the wood slat design extremely beautiful, and I'm very excited to see this come together. I can't wait to go take a look at it.
Thank you.
I am concerned that it will need regular maintenance. Your report on the drawings made that clear, every 3 to 5 years. I would put that back to my colleagues on the board. It occurred to me that we could change perhaps the conditions the way it's written to maybe be more enforceable, but I'm not entirely sure I feel this is appropriate. But perhaps we could say every 2 years they should submit some sort of photographic record of the status of it, so we have an ongoing chain at City Hall of what these slats, how they're weathering and whether they're being maintained or not. That said, again, it seems to me that's not entirely fair. We don't do that for most projects, and I'm not sure staff has the bandwidth to follow up on it anyway. But the way we've written the condition is really pretty open-ended. Unless somebody is actively and aggressively pursuing it, nothing's ever going to happen on it. I'm eager to hear if anybody else shares the thought that maybe we should try to be more precise on that condition number 19. I just don't know. It's a thought. Lastly, I do think that the landscaping in that stairwell is a good idea, and I'd like to see that included in the final project somehow. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. Lynn?
Thank you. It is a very beautiful project as far as I can tell. Certainly it's a very beautiful presentation. Your existing building is so subtle that the first time I went to visit it, I drove right by it. This is an interesting and in some ways difficult project to think about in terms of the standards we have to apply. You're a conditionally permitted use in a residential neighborhood. It's an atypical R1 district. You back up on Foothill Expressway. You are in a neighborhood where people of necessity, when they walk in the street because there's no continuous sidewalk. You're very close to a Rastradero. Is that right? Rastradero? Whatever it is.
Yes.
Large street. And I think you're radically underparked for bicycles. And I'm also concerned about the sidewalk connection with the Rastradero. This project, in fact, asks for a significant reduction in the parking that would otherwise be required because it's operating under a conditional use permit and agreeing not to fully utilize its facilities all at one time so as to reduce peak demand. But you didn't just ask for, this project doesn't just reduce car parking, it reduces bicycle parking, which if you did the entire site would be 31 spaces, according to the drawing here on A18. And everything, I know that anecdotes are not evidence, but parking is one of those issues where under CEQA, lay people are allowed to have their opinions considered. And it's my observation that our standards are generally low, that yours is an environmentally minded group of people, that the city is adopting a policy or has adopted a policy to double the number of bicycle trips, that our parking requirements have not been amended since we amended our bicycle standards or adopted our SCAP program last Monday. And so I don't see any justification, and in fact think it's undesirable to reduce the parking for bicycles as opposed to cars. I do not support a second level of car parking. I think it's pretty clear from the council's most recent reports that our survival depends on us not further accommodating cars and individual cars as ways of getting to places like this. But that means you need to facilitate alternative methods of transport, ultimately, within the life of this building, that presumably includes much better public transit. Perhaps you have fan pooling, I don't know. But I do think in the next 10 years it's going to include significantly more bicycles. It's going to include bicycles with trailers, as mentioned in the bicycle and pedestrian plan. And none of that's appropriately accommodated here. Also, when I read the existing parking standards, it says that bicycle parking needs to be separated either by distance or physical barriers from circulation, automobile circulation. I don't think this does this well. The backing up of bicycles into car traffic to turn around and get on them is not a nice maneuver any more than having diagonally parked cars back up into bicycle lanes is a nice maneuver. So these are my thoughts that I'd like to hear my colleagues' opinions on with respect to providing bicycle parking on site. And there does seem to be room. I don't anticipate this holding up approval. The other one is the question of extending the sidewalk to Arrastradero. I think there's public right-of-way along there. I think it hasn't been thoroughly studied. And it's been pointed out we don't have bicycle traffic there. But essentially, we're saying that alternate transportation in a TDM is going to be used, and we don't have a safe way for people to walk from Arrastradero to this site. I don't know what the solution is. I'm quite sure that condition number 27 isn't it. Requiring people to come in and have a discussion is not the meaningful addressing of a project. I suspect that what's required is a design and a financial contribution towards that project at the time that project can be built. That's something that can be included in the conditional use permit, and I think should be. When it's a conditional use permit commitment, it doesn't require pre-funding. Nobody needs to post a bond and waste money paying bond premiums. But I do think that that needs to be a much more serious condition, because this neighborhood may be delightful for single-family uses without a sidewalk, but it's not delightful for a 484 capacity place of assembly without a sidewalk. So I'm interested in hearing what my colleagues have to say.
Okay, thank you. I agree. This project's come a long way, but from day one, the biggest thing that has always bothered me is the wall. I mean, and I understand the religious significance or that sort of thing, and I understand the use of the various pieces and seeing it up close like this, all the effort that's been put into it. But the thing that bothers me is I'm just afraid that, or at least in my thinking, was that when you see it from a distance, it's not actually the building itself. So to me, it's going to end up looking like a 15-foot high wood fence in front of the building. And then I began to realize, and I've really had a problem with that, that I realized is that apparently nobody in the neighborhood cares, or they haven't thought about it as much or whatever, but I haven't heard anybody complain of that same sort of problem or concern. So that makes me feel a little better. the examples you gave were basically institutional facilities or something. They weren't basically the entrance to a residential area. And that's the part that bothers me a little bit. You made the comment, Peter, about maybe it would be too restrictive, but to get a photograph of it in 2 years to see how it actually is, I wouldn't have a problem with doing something like that. I'm not saying it has to be in perpetuity forever. Every 2 years you have to send us a photograph, but I don't think anybody knows what that wall is going to look like after 2 years worth of exposure to the elements. And no matter how, and if you say you're going to maintain it or you replace certain pieces because some of the wood is going to wear different than others, you're going to end up with sort of a hodgepodge of a new piece of wood along, where other where other wood has been there for 2 years or 5 years, or whatever. That's the biggest concern. So, it looks like, just from what I see here, at least 4 people have already said they can support the project. So I think you're safe as far as that's concerned. But so, like I said, I like everything else you've done. I like the concept. I have no problem. In many cases, people don't understand the difference between square footage and volume, making something look too big or whatever the case is. And we've had situations here where a smaller footprint but a bigger volume still makes the building look larger than it is. In your particular case, quote, granting the give or take 5,000 square feet, I don't have a real problem with, because it's a fairly fine line, and as you said, it's pretty much going to be lower than what you already have.
Right.
So that aspect of it, I don't have a problem with. And again, I always look at these kind of things on an individual basis anyway. So in this particular case, I don't have a problem with that. Same thing with the conditional use permit. I mean, that's sort of a given. That's written in almost any city that I've ever dealt with, has, having a religious facility in a residential neighborhood needs that. So it's almost and it's not like this is brand new. You guys have been there for 50 plus years, so it's, somebody in the neighborhood can't say, oh gosh, I didn't realize that was a synagogue across the street or down the street. So I don't have a problem with that aspect of it. So why don't I open it up? Can I get a motion from someone? And then maybe address.
I think Wynn wanted to debate this pedestrian and bicycle.
I could put it on the floor and then we can mess with it. So I move approval as recommended by staff with the following modifications to the staff report. Number 1, that the city be provided with a public access easement over the walkway across, recorded public access easement over the walkway across the front of the property. Secondly, that access easeway be lit to appropriate standards for a public sidewalk. Thirdly, that the bicycle parking requirement be increased to 31 spaces. Fourth, that on, what's your favorite month for filing a report with the city? June?
June would be great.
In June of, I don't know, even numbered years, convincing 2 years after the construction of the project, that a report be filed with the, I'm fine with every 3rd year, but you just need a condition where the staff can tell without going back to look at records when it's due. Be filed with the city documenting the maintenance, the required maintenance of the wooden screen at the front of the property. Anybody else have anything they want to add to this?
Photographic documentation.
Including photographic documentation.
Can there be a timeline on that?
And that landscaping in the stairwell of the subsurface garage be added to the plan, be provided as indicated in the illustration on sheet something or other.
Just a question, should we possibly bring like the landscaping back to a subcommittee situation, or?
I think there could be a couple.
Small enough that okay.
Doesn't bother
Well,
me.
I'm thinking that they're going to have an interesting time, if you agree with me on the bike spaces. That's going to require some modification of the landscaping. So I would be in favor of I would consider bringing back the location of the bicycle
For the
parking
bicycles
spaces
and
and any
the
associated landscape changes to a
Okay.
subcommittee.
We do have appropriate space on the site for additional bike parking.
Super. So that's a motion.
And
Okay.
if I may, regarding the maintenance, was that, we were saying 2 years after construction, is it that just a one-time
No.
documentation?
No. And
So
thereafter at 3 years, 2 years, what years intervals?
I think 2 years is usually how long it takes for a clear finish on wood to weather.
Okay.
That's just been my experience.
Right, that's why I
Every
thought
2
the
years,
same thing is.
starting 2 years after certificate of occupancy.
It should be ongoing for every 2 years.
Don't worry, the neighbors can bring, architects
You
will
know,
bring it
in all
up.
fairness, I think after 2 years, or maybe do it twice, after 4 years, then you got to get a pretty good handle on whether it's a never-ending
Okay.
horror of
let's say
maintenance, and that may mean some
At
changing
2-year
or
intervals for the
something.
first 6 years.
Because that's why I said I don't want to do
I'll put a
so why don't we say two occurrences? So 2 years after and 4 years after.
What I was hearing from Board Member Firth was 3 occurrences.
Wow, okay, I'm not going to worry about 2
That
or
will
3.
be fine, and at that point, they'll have this well-embedded tradition of everybody turning out to
And
stain
I think by
panels.
then they'll know whether it's going to be a problem or not anyway.
Well, while we're discussing this, I think, already 3 of the 5 board members have discussed this, but personally, I don't think that it should be a requirement of them. I think the congregation will be responsible enough in taking pride in their new building that they'll maintain it as needed, and I'm sure that the architects.
I don't even have a
also-
second yet, so we don't even have a
so-
motion on the floor.
No, but
But
that's
while we're
right.
discussing it,
Okay.
maybe that's part of the motion that can be removed, because I don't think we hold that standard for, granted, we haven't seen a wood lattice as such, but there have been other buildings where they've used particular materials that we don't know if they weather well, but we haven't held them to conditions where they're having to send us pictures every 2 or 3 years.
One of the reasons I was saying that it hadn't been seconded is once it's seconded, you can start amending it. Also, I had one question for staff. Did we at one point have a condition requiring construction of a sidewalk all the way to Arrastradero? What was the original condition on that?
There was, you're saying to it's not to Rastadero, I believe
Or
it's
wherever.
to Foothill.
Right.
And it was, you said the number 27.
But is that the only condition we've ever had on this?
Correct.
Thank you. I still don't have a second.
For the purposes of moving this forward, I will second the motion.
If I may, I believe there might be a few other items, if I can just get clarification on. We talked about bike spaces. Board Member Liu talked about the fence on Foothill and the color.
Good point. Okay.
I would accept the addition of a condition requiring that the staff approve the color of new paint on the fence along Foothill.
And Board Member Firth was talking about the connection to Foothill, Arrastadero. I hadn't heard any additional discussion on that.
That the applicant be required as a condition of approval to participate in the funding of a new sidewalk connecting the premises to, what should I be saying, Foothill, Arrastradero? What's it going to connect it to?
Foothill is the closer major street, although we'll have to look at the design, to make sure that there's a sidewalk to connect to and all of that.
To the nearest sidewalk on Foothill, Arrastradero. I know that's a very vague proposition. That's going to have to be worked out in the conditional use permit, but you have time to do that. But it does seem to me that that's a reasonable thing to require in view of the substantial parking reduction that's being requested. And more fundamentally, perhaps, that goes to the nexus issue, but more fundamentally, perhaps, because this is a place of public assembly that needs to encourage pedestrian and bicycle access, and this is a major impediment to it.
Can I question the sidewalk thing? When That's potentially very expensive, isn't it? It's quite a ways to stretch.
Well, it's potentially, but at the moment, it's just to participate in. I don't think the city's going to overreach.
I want to understand the actual wording, because I don't think I'm comfortable point blank saying the synagogue is going to have to pay for a sidewalk.
I didn't. I said participate in the funding.
So
Well, yeah, but the problem is participating in the funding means, let's say they're told to come up with 50%. Who comes up with the other 50% if they don't have that?
The city.
Oh, so okay, the city's willing to pay
I'm
for
saying that at such, I do not think it's reasonable to require, it would be nice to have some numbers, but for that we need a design. We don't have a design. We can't have any numbers. Somebody could come up with a out-of-the-air figure, which would probably be helpful. But I don't think it's reasonable to require them to do that entire thing, even though they have significant avoided costs by not, using the strict code standards for parking here. I think those costs should be avoided because I don't think those strict standards should be applied. I think some reduction is appropriate. But I do think that it is also appropriate when you intensify the development of the site to this extent, and in real life are going to, in some ways, intensify use of the site over the life of the building to contribute to the cost of that project if and when we do it. Because you have a conditional use permit, the usual thing we do is say, okay, post a bond, and when we figure out the cost of the sewer extension or the sidewalk extension or whatever, you'll do your fair share. There's no point having them do it. It's a waste of their money. And we may never get this done, but I think at such time as the city designs the project, they should contribute to the cost.
I have the same sort of thought as Peter does. I mean, I don't know if there are going to be hordes of people walking down Foothill Expressway getting to this site.
No, it's more likely to be linking to transit.
Well, also, the county...
And there's none at present.
The county's 2040 expressway plan is to add pedestrian access on Foothill.
Well,
it's in the plan.
This has the potential to be a missing link, and I don't think all of the costs should be borne by the general public.
I'm sorry, what is the phrasing exactly in the condition then? Participate in the cost?
Yes.
Well, I guess that's open-ended.
That's going to be, we're just recommending to staff. We don't make this decision, staff does, and they're quite capable of putting that at an appropriate level or dollar amount.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I see Jody shake
Can
her head.
I quickly come back to the issue of this photographic record every 2 years? Jody, is that realistic for you guys to handle that?
It certainly is a staff impact. I'm going to have to figure out how to exactly track that. But at least, especially in the short, if it's a short term,
Well, then
4 to 6 years.
Instead of doing that, why don't we do it once at 3 years? I'll let it go at that.
But my concern is really, the first 3 years is going to be fine. They're going to take great care of it for the first 2
No, you're right.
cycles.
And then it's going to go after
10 years, and maybe your congregation.
That's with any building.
And that's exactly right. There's no other building we're doing this with. The only reason I'm concerned here is because you've got this very dramatic facade
You're right.
with wood.
The main reason I brought it up is that in my neighborhood, they built a house that has bamboo for a siding. Looks magnificent when they did it. Yeah. 5 months later now, it looks like it's a derelict that's been sitting there for 50 years. And that happened in 5 months. So that's why I've been, very aware of this, that the best intentions, these people spent a lot of money on that house, and, at this point, it looks horrible.
This is going to be expensive.
Can I suggest that, I think the maintenance thing is an interesting idea. It seems to me difficult for the city to keep up. Yeah. I would suggest, this has come up before on other projects, and they basically got no votes from the ARB members at the time, thinking that they just would not be able to be maintained.
Okay.
And that has not been, and that actually has not happened though. Like the buildings have not, the wood siding that had the transparent stains have been well maintained. And there is a difference between an institution versus homeowners, and I totally agree with you about homeowners and maintaining transparent stains.
Well, I'm thinking of the perception of somebody driving up to their, $1 million+ home up there to see this wood,
I agree,
20-foot high fence that's 300 feet long.
Well, we do have a maintenance condition already, right? This is about reporting.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, is the reporting. And the other thing is, really, at the end of the day, like weathered of the wood species that they're looking at, right? Cypress.
Right.
Cedar, the two different cedars, redwood. I'm not sure about how white oak weathers, but really, at the end of the day, if nobody does anything, right, it'll look like a fence, which will be gray.
Yeah, which
ultimately.
I don't know if that's the ideal statement you want for...
Right, but it's not like a, it's not, to me, the danger would be when I see weathered transparent stains is, and they haven't been maintained, is that then somebody decides to paint them, right? Like, and if that happened, then I would say they would have to come back to the...
Right, okay, well...
To ARB or...
So how do you want to resolve that?
Could we have one cycle review after 5 years? That'll give it enough time to really stretch out. If they haven't taken care of it, it'll be obvious. If they have...
All right, why don't we do that?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Would you accept that?
I will accept that.
All right, why don't we change it to that? Okay, so then I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, there you go.
Can we address some of those conditions? The condition about the pathway especially is 30 feet, not the full 30 feet, but it's deep on our...
No, I tell you what, at this point, we're not doing negotiating as to what's reasonable, what's not. We've passed that. At this point, it's, you deal with the city. This is a recommendation to the director, so...
If I may, I want to understand if the dedication is a recommendation or a condition.
No, like I said, I don't want to get into a situation here. We've passed the way we felt is the appropriate way to go. I mean, I understand you're a lawyer,
what I want to understand is the recommended way you said to go, is that dedication a recommendation or is it a condition of approval? Because if it's a condition of approval, it's legally binding, and if we don't dedicate the easement, then our project is not
we do
approved.
A recommendation to the, right? Isn't this a recommendation to the head of director
It's a
of planning?
recommended condition.
Right.
And just briefly, we do these in a lot of sections. They can be written to, the point is there's no sidewalk other than this across the front of this parcel. I think you have a choice of either providing one in the public right-of-way, which is undesirable, or having a light PAE that provides that you can relocate it, that you can shut it off between, you know, we do them with Stanford, we did them, the city did them with many private landowners.
Understanding that
They're
it's a
flexible.
recommendation and discuss with staff, we are much more comfortable with that.
Okay, again, I'm not here to
And we're not
the thing.
debating.
So,
We're trying to
thank
get a
you.
clarification so we know what we need to discuss with staff.
Okay, next item.
Thank you.
Hang on, you want to take 5?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. item number 5, which is 355 University Avenue. Request by Hayes Group Architects on behalf of the Palo Alto Masonic Temple Association for major architectural review, historic review, and seismic rehabilitation, floor area bonus for a new facade signage, new second story with an outdoor rooftop patio area and interior modifications at 355 University Avenue, and a new facade and site improvements to the ground floor and adjacent public alley at 461 Florence Street for design within reach. The project requests approval for a seismic rehabilitation, floor area bonus for the addition of the new second story, environmental assessment categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, per CEQA guidelines, section 15301, existing facilities, section 15304, minor alterations to land, and section 15311, accessory structures. Zoning district, downtown commercial. Okay, staff.
Thank you, Chair and board members. Rebecca Atkinson, project planner. The project description is, as you said, the applicant proposes the remodel and seismic rehabilitation of the existing 10,383 square foot building at 355 University Avenue for the purposes of relocating design within reach to the subject property. This is the second formal hearing on the project before the Architectural Review Board. The applicant has updated the project plan since you saw the project March 3rd and since the HRB saw the project March 10th. The most up-to-date plan set is dated or stamped received April 14th. And the applicant has responded to the feedback that they received from the ARB, the HRB, and staff, and so would like to discuss that with you. The largest project components are listed here on the slide, including the rehab that we talked about, the ADA upgrades, emergency access updates, floor plan changes, a new University Avenue facade and signage, the new partial second story, and outdoor patio area, the updated Florence Street facade, and a new ground floor open space area. The items that I'll show on the following slides and in the forthcoming applicant presentation will help to clarify what the project changes were since the last time you saw the project. I just passed out larger size, full size sheets of some selected aspects of the plan set for easier reference. Just for basic reference, here's the site plan for the project. You can see that the project site is at the northeast corner of University Avenue and Florence Street. And there's also an existing public alley that runs underneath the 461 Florence Street building. For reference, here's the existing streetscape with the project address noted, 355 University here, immediately adjacent to the Palo Alto Masonic Temple Association and the Medallion Rug Company. And here's the existing roll-up doors in an existing unpermitted tenant space. So the applicant has proposed, in responding to ARB and HRB feedback and staff feedback, the applicant has put together a series of options for the different elevations on University Avenue and Florence Street, as well as the ground floor area next to the alley and off of Florence. And so in the case of the University Avenue elevation, there's an option for metal louvers, and then there's also an option for wood cladding on the drop soffit and interior walls. And the more detailed project description of those options are in the staff report and project plans. Things also to note on both options here are the proposed planters to respond to ARB feedback about landscaping. These planters and the way they're arranged, they don't necessarily allow for very much a pedestrian waiting waiting in the recessed area. So staff has included a condition of approval to remove some of the planters. Also, staff has not, would be interested in ARB feedback on if these planters block the views into the basement, or if anybody has any thoughts on that point. The proposed elevations for Florence Street are shown here in quick view. The first one is basically just a clean and repair and repaint, and the applicant is proposing white. The second option are for the implementation of metal louvers, as shown in the project plans, and the background color would also be the white paint. Staff would be interested in ARB feedback on whether or not, if maybe the ARB did prefer the wood siding on the University Avenue facade, if that would somehow influence the opinion of the ARB in regard to the metal louvers on the Florence Street side. I didn't know if there was any interrelationship between what was proposed for the facades. And the proposed ground floor area, we have option 1, which is a full height mesh midway through the soon-to-be open space, and that would just be, just open airspace blocked off by the mesh, basically preventing it from being floor area and so forth, but also more visible, making it a safer pedestrian environment. That's option 1, and this area would also be open 24 hours a day. In the case of option 2, the area all the way from Florence Street all the way back to the new trash enclosure area would be open, and there would be cylinder lighting in both cases, but cylinder lighting, and all of the bays would be open, and in the project description, the applicant is proposing having the full height mesh, and 2 of the would be open bays. And staff would recommend having the proposed roll-up shutters in all open bays, as well as setback from the Florence Street area, so that a portion of the underground area would always be open to the public 24/7. Here's just a basic outline of where the footprint and envelope changes would happen at the project, as discussed in more detail in the staff report. And key topics here, the director determined that the project represents a correct use of the seismic rehabilitation floor area bonus, that the proposed changes in the building height, length, and envelope were indeed minor and pedestrian oriented, and that there was no floor area bonus remainder. Here for the ARB review, we're hoping that you would receive the feedback provided by the HRB, review the facade options, provide clarification on any desired ground floor open space area options, discuss compatibility of the project with the University Avenue district and Florence Street sub-district, provide comments on the alley design as discussed in the Downtown Urban Design Guidelines, and also discuss the draft findings of approval that staff prepared. The staff recommends that the Architectural Review Board recommend approval to the Director of Planning based on the draft findings for approval and the draft conditions of approval. The applicant specifically would like to discuss condition of approval number 12 and number 28. In regard to number 28, there were some questions in regard to whether or not the findings could be made in regard to pedestrian orientation with or without the curb in place. You could see that some walls are being proposed for removal, but the plans show that the curb underneath is proposed to be retained, and staff recommends its removal. However, there are some drainage questions and so forth that the applicant would like to discuss. And also, staff is recommending that the project, of course, return to ARB subcommittee, and the applicant would like to discuss the timing of return. And I think that oftentimes that is, staff is really open to ARB feedback on that point. There are color and materials to Board Member Beltay's right, yes, for sure. And these materials, some of them you've seen before, and others are new, including the proposed mesh and shutter design. Staff has not received any public comment on the project in terms of positive or negative, except for the property owner did send a representative to ask further questions about the project and so forth. So I would expect some comments to be received from that party. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, are there any questions of staff? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, which conditions were you referencing? I can't find them in my staff report, so.
Draft condition of approval number 12 and draft condition of approval number 28, and they are in attachment A. So attachment B.
I'm looking at B, and 12 is about a public access easement?
Correct. And that easement also relates to, it would cover basically those features that the ARB might need to be included in the ground floor area in order to make their findings.
And then the other one was?
Condition of approval number 28 in regard to items returning to the ARB subcommittee.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, staff, or I should say, go ahead. You know the drill, you've got 10 minutes.
I do. We're going to need to launch the presentation. And while Ms. Gerhardt's doing that, Laith, you might want to get your presentation going. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Ken Hayes with Hayes Group Architects. I'd like to, before I begin, thank project planner Rebecca Atkinson for helping us bring this project before you again. Since we were here last time, we did visit with the HRB. We've taken into consideration comments from both boards and have revised the design to address those comments and given you some alternatives to discuss this morning. We hope that you're able to make the findings to recommend approval to the director. I'm going to turn the presentation over to...
Do you want to hang on a second until we get this scored away, or...
We'll stop the clock.
Why don't we just start over again?
I was hoping he could, yeah.
There we go.
Then do you have the other one? So from where I left off, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
We'll so we're hoping that you can make the findings this morning to recommend approval to the director. I would like to introduce Laith Saith from DFA, Design Within Reach's architect out of New York, to actually walk you through the changes. Right?
Good morning, actually. It's still morning. Feels like the afternoon. So, as mentioned, we made some changes as recommended. I'm just going to walk you through those now. The site, as we know, is University and Florence Street, which you can see here. These are the elevations, as Rebecca had mentioned. This is the University Street side, and this is the context of the buildings around us, predominantly opposite us on the other side of the street of University. This is our Florence Street facade, as it is currently with the roll-up shutter gate and the alley. And here is our proposed facade to the bottom, and on top the existing building that is currently there. Here's our Florence Street side as proposed, and the existing building above. And context again, and what we did here was we just looked at the amount of glazing in the area, relative to mantle glazing on our facade, just to show context and show that we're within the same realms of the mantle glazing that are on the other retail spaces around us. And then here we have a fly-through, which we did change, and I'm going to have to just navigate it.
There we go. Is it there? What, no porno movie this time?
Sorry. There's so many things on that screen.
Was that just you and I were the only ones on the board at that time? With that, with the lighting?
Great, perfect. So this was the fly-through that we had originally done for this presentation. We've upgraded the current facade. So here we are in the context of the street at University, and then we move down the street towards our facade. One of the things that we also changed on the facade as a recommendation by the board was to increase the size of the glass and the doorways. So now the glass spacing is larger and the doorway is considerably larger. So proportionately different to how it was in the first iteration. And then this is entering the space, and you can see the double height space to the right, where we'll be hanging a large lighting installation. And then this just really gives you an idea of sort of how it'll feel when you're inside looking out of the store. And that's the fly-through. And then back to the, sorry, where do I go to full? Is it that one? Oops, nope, got it. There. Okay. So, sorry, just to recap where we are. And this is the current facade with its changes.
You talk into the microphone a little bit more?
I'm sorry. This is the current facade with its changes. The size of glazing has changed, the spacing of the glazing has changed, and the doorway, as mentioned, has got wider in proportion. This is the Scheme 1, which was the option where we've placed essentially a stained gray wood paneling system on the inside soffit at the upper level, and this was very much to tie lines between our facade and the facade next door. And it also happens on the vertical elements. You can't quite see it here because obviously they're in the wrong plane for this elevation, but there are also gray elements to the two left and the right-hand vertical elements of the facade. In the second scheme, we're suggesting potentially putting extruded gray aluminum louvers on the exterior of the glass. Those will be about 2 inches set off from the facade, and they will create a little bit of shading, but predominantly what they're going to do is they're going to create that same linearity across from the facade next to us ourselves. And essentially obscure that, the soffit that was in behind that, the white soffit. So here is how it was before. This is Scheme 1, and I think one of the comments was it was felt that our zinc was rendered too dark for the actual material that we had shown as a sample, which I think was correct. So we've now rendered the zinc to a much more realistic gray color that the zinc will be. So you can notice that it's actually a lot lighter than it was before. And then we've got the wood paneling that you can see on the inside there, which then reduces the size of the aperture of the store from the inside, essentially from the outside, and you really see the store as a smaller unit within that. This is the same, but Scheme 2, where we put the gray louvers on the exterior of the building. And in this scheme, we can also potentially paint the soffit on the inside a light gray as well, if needed. The soffit on the inside, to alter the color or the feel of that soffit, is really quite simple, quite easy. So that was on the exterior of the building. Florence Street, this is the existing side of Florence Street. If we go with scheme 1, this is just to clean it and paint it and make it good. We'd be removing the sliding doors and opening up the space on the right-hand side for public use. That public use would only go, I think, the equivalent of 2 bays in, and then, as Rebecca had mentioned, there would be a screen, and everything behind that would be clean and kept clean but not utilized. In scheme 2, we would put a larger use of that space at the underside. Scheme 2 on the facade on Florence Street, we're looking at putting a louver system, a very clean, simple extruded gray louver system on the facade. The wall behind that louver could be painted, and potentially one of the thoughts we had very recently was that there could be a lighting system that could come on at night and just glow, so those louvers have a little bit of animation of an evening, but during the day they would just be very clean and simple and give some sort of I guess, continuity to that facade that's strong and clean. So here we are with the facade just painted. Here we are with the facade with the 3 louver units on, very clean and simple. Those would be held, again, about anywhere between 4 and 5 inches from the facade and would just be a clean screen, as it were. This is just showing the areas of demolition and then the areas of rebuild on the project. This is the existing section of the building, this is the proposed section of the building, and this is the proposed section showing the double height space at the front of the store and the means of escape at the back. This is the basement plan. As you can see, most of our back of house is tucked underneath the front of the store with the double height space close to the front. The main floor, or the main entry floor with the staircase going up 3.5 feet to the main level, with shopping to the left and the elevator about a quarter of a way into the store. This shows the Florence Street. As you can see here, the original design that we had incorporated parking. That was a recommendation not to do that due to safety of pedestrians. So we took out the parking, and in this scheme, what we have is we have about under a third of the space utilized as parking and a public area for people to sit and gather with the parking racks. But the rest of the space would be fenced off. You can see in, it would be kept clean and lit, but would be not accessed, nor would it be used. In the second scheme, the whole area would be accessed during store hours. Out of store hours, there would be a system of screens that would come down and close that would essentially keep the space safe at night, which is the time that we feel that this potentially could be a dangerous area. And the front portion of the Florence Street ground floor would be left open 24 hours with some bike parking. So that's really what these plans show you clearly. And then this is the rendering of the first scheme, where we would only open about under a third, of the Florence Street side at the street level, with the mesh closed continually at the back part. And then this is the rendering of it with it open continually, bearing in mind that we would close it during out of hours, and only the front portion of that would be open. The thought is that there would be a sequence of planters. It would be very well lit. There may be some form of art or super graphic or even a 3-dimensional piece on the walls, which has come up as a discussion. But the space would not be accessible 24/7. It would only be accessible during store hours, and the front would be accessible 24/7. The curb, as we see it, there's an existing curb currently. We want to open the arches. We feel that the curb acts as a safety to cars riding into the pedestrian area. We're very concerned about liability. If we remove that curb and we make the alleyway and the pedestrian area all one level, there is a potential that cars may think that they can drive into that area.
Pick it up. Your 10 minutes is up.
Yeah, we're pretty much done now.
Okay.
So I just want to be very clear here that there is, from a design within reach point, there is a liability issue in relation to moving that curb. It is felt that there could be an accident if a car went in. The curb would deter that for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's on condition 28.
Okay, I'll see if there's anyone in the public that wants to address the board on this issue, but considering I don't see anybody here, I suspect that's a no, so I'll bring it back to the... I do want to make one comment, and which sort of struck me when I got this packet, and that's, if this was a study session, then I could understand it, but I've been doing architecture for a long time, and it's always been one of these situations where if you come to a city and if you want to get something passed, their attitude is always, don't look at me, I'm not designing it, you are. In this particular case, we now have 3 options where it's literally you guys pick something and then we'll do it that way. I'm just, I'm really disappointed. It's to me, it's almost the attitude of, well, we'll just fling something at the wall and see what sticks. I would have expected that if you show us something that you want to have approved, you tell us this is what we want approved and we can make a comment, not I don't care, pick option 1 or pick option 2. Or if we had had a challenge where we had really not been sure as to what we wanted, then maybe, and if we'd had a hard time about it, then you could have come back and said, okay, we've taken the 2 options that you want. I'm sorry, you're going to...
No, I just wanted to say, at least on the Florence elevation, on the uses for the Florence area, staff has to take some of that we asked for there to be some options in the uses for that space because it is a little bit tricky. But regarding the architecture, I understand your...
Okay, I'm just looking at it from my own point of view. I was very disappointed, so fine. Seeing as though it looks like part of it is staff, then I'll just let it go at that. Okay, then I'll bring it back to the board. Peter, you want to start?
A quick question, if I could, first.
Okay.
Factual. The width of the opening, the white portal frame, say between the 2 frames, what is the width now and what was it on the original application we saw?
I think originally it was somewhere in the range of 5 feet, and we've taken it to over 6 feet now.
So it was 5 feet and it's now how much?
Over 6 feet.
6. Okay, thank you.
That dimension change is in the staff report?
There's just a lot of stuff in the staff report I was hoping for.
Let's see.
5 feet to 6 feet. Okay.
Anyone else have a question?
6 feet to 6 feet 7 inches.
Anyone else have a question? Okay, Peter, why don't you go ahead and...
Thank you. Okay, thanks for the presentation. I think the increased width on the portal frame is an improvement. It's still not the proportions I would like to see, but so be it. I don't appreciate the planters. I find that they just take away from the usefulness of being able to walk nearby, and I don't think they'll weather well, and I know we asked for it, but now looking at it, I don't think it's doing it, at least not for me. I'll see what everybody else has to say. The lattice work in front of the structural glazing, similarly, I think that just detracts from the quality of the design. I think the idea of a wood veneer inside or something that just makes it look a little bit better is fine. But I think it's a handsome overall concept. I appreciate the space planning idea of the basement down there. And I can support the facade part of it just fine. I'm very concerned about the Florence Street facade, or the lack of you guys doing anything to it, to be honest. In my opinion, the applicant, the owner of the building, is asking for a big approval and a bunch of extra square footage, and you are not doing much to that facade. The big white piece on the second floor, putting a screening in front of it or just painting it white, really is not doing it. I think it needs to have more vitality and life added to it. I think there should be some windows or some other changes to the building that should make that part come into line with what we want downtown to be. And this is the chance for us to ask for that or to get something more. I understand the owner of the building is probably very difficult about that, but I was brainstorming, and this comes to Robert's comment. I don't think we should be doing design work, but I see a real dearth of creativity being put to this tricky problem. This is a challenging architectural situation with a very strange legal situation with the alley, with the strange parking, with this facade above it. You've got some good architects in your team. Where are the good ideas? Because there's none in this packet right now.
Can I just add a point? There's 2 really big main factors for us in this. One is it's not really in our jurisdiction. We're not renting that part of the building. So it's very tricky for us to do anything to that part of the building that affects the functionality of that building. It is not within our remit. So you're asking us to work on a part of a building that we're not renting and is not in our remit. So this is a very difficult point for us. It's just not within our remit. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to give the landlord and you guys something that cleans that facade up, but doesn't change the usage of what they do in that space, which is essentially a meeting room that requires to have no windows. So we're kind of caught between a rock and a difficult place here. And we look to you guys for your advice on how do we really deal with this, because you keep asking us to do something to a building that is not within our remit, we're not paying rent on, we can't put windows in it, and yet you keep throwing it back at us and telling us to do something that we basically can't do anything to it. So how do we move through that?
Let me just clarify one thing for the members of the board. There are two buildings on this property, two distinct buildings. The building that is getting the seismic upgrade is the building that faces on University Avenue. This is a separate building on the property. There's no seismic upgrade associated with that building. We've been asked to address your concerns, but we don't have any right to do anything to that building, and the owner's not getting any benefit to that building. It's the building that we're designing on University
Then why are
Avenue.
we looking at it?
Sorry?
Then why are we looking at it?
Because
I mean, you know, I agree with my co-board member here. If you show us something, we're going to give our opinion on it.
Correct.
So then if you have no control over that, maybe you shouldn't have shown it to us or whatever. I don't know. Or again, is that a staff issue?
All of these buildings are on the same legal parcel.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Right.
So, I mean,
they're on the same parcel, but
and
there's
it's
two
one
separate
owner,
buildings.
right?
It is, well, it's the lodge, I'm assuming it's the lodge as one
Okay,
owner.
well, all right,
Yeah.
whether it's the lodge or whatever. So it's the same owner. So it's basically your client.
No.
Or, well, maybe not your client, but
Well,
the...
Design Within Reach is the tenant that's leasing the space from the Masonic Lodge. They originally had leased this part of the building, but this part of the building is illegal, this ground floor. The space doesn't exist from the city's standpoint, so they can't use it now. They've leased this ground floor space, which is why we showed it to you originally, because we were going to do something there, but then subsequently we have found out that we can't occupy this space, we can't use it for anything. We can't use it for parking, wasn't supported by you anyway, so we're really in a quandary. So we're doing the best we can without disrupting the lodge and their concerns in that part of the building.
I'm very sympathetic to your concerns, and I understand that it's not you gentlemen who are calling the shots on this, but from our point of view, there is one property owner, and now is the time for them to upgrade their property as a whole. That's how I see it. And they're getting benefit from having a new tenant. They're getting benefit from the enormous improvement you're making to the property. And I think if not now, when? This needs to be dealt with. And I'm sorry, that's just how I see it. I fully appreciate and get what you're saying, and I'm very sympathetic. It seems to me that you could have some more creative ideas, so why don't we try to move forward, because that's where we have to go. There's a long history in Palo Alto of public murals. There's beautiful ones on the side of the post office, for example. This would be a great place to do something like that. You could also look for some trompe-l'oeil and put a fake window in there. Find a way to put a planter up on top. I mean, there really are a lot of architectural solutions of how to deal with a blank facade that tries to help enliven the street facade. But painting it white or putting a large louver across it are just not acceptable ideas in my book. If I could then address underneath the usage of that space, and again, it's a really tricky situation, how the whole thing came to be, why it's there. But if I look at it and say, what we really need downtown is perhaps more bicycle parking. We don't need another public gathering spot. And certainly we don't need a place for transients, for people at night to hang out and just make it more of a dangerous spot. And I'm sympathetic again. You don't want to have that liability. The town doesn't want to have that gathering spot there. At the same time, we really could use more bicycle parking. So is there a creative way to make that place into a permanent, some sort of a public bicycle parking space? Maybe by reducing the size of it a little bit so it's only, say, 8 feet deep along the alley and along the street, where it's just used for bicycle parking, and then do it nicely with lights and stuff. Treat it well. Architect Case has done numerous beautiful buildings in town. I'm sure you guys could come up with a beautiful bike parking area. That would be an amenity to the city, to the town. That would make something out of this alleyway, which is right now dangerous and scary to walk through, especially at night. Maybe it could be improved. Again, that's just an idea. It's far be it for us to be throwing these things out there, but
coming back to us with the ideas you have, leaving 2/3 of it just empty space with nothing happening there, putting a screen, that's not real. We're not going to see that last, and that's not a positive improvement for the town. Having it be, just say we're going to give it to the Public Arts Commission, well, that's fine, but please respect us and come up with a more concrete solution. So I strongly feel that we have to have a better answer for that Florence Street facade. I'll pass it on to the rest of my board members at that.
If I could just give you a little bit of enlightenment.
I tell you what, why don't you let us give it our opinion? I don't want to sit there and have someone give you an opinion and have you argue the point every situation. So is that it for you, Peter? Yes. Okay. Wynn?
Thank you. I think that the University Avenue frontage and the use is going to be a great addition to that street. I like the open, accessible, visible up and down aspects of it. I like the roof terrace. I've been going back and looking at the code and to see what it actually requires in a pedestrian overlay district along the frontage. And the ARB gets to pick. Do we want 18-inch setbacks for pedestrian usage? Do we want landscaping, or do we want, I forget what the other one is. Anyway, we have a lot of discretion there. So if we don't think that's the place for green leafy things, we can say so. If we think there's more seating, fine. If we think it's a good standing area, that's fine too. So I think we have a lot of freedom to advise and recommend on that point. And I think anything's going to be fine. With respect to the Florence frontage, and equally importantly, the frontage from the alley itself, I have more concerns. I mean, you didn't only walk into a difficult situation with respect to your landlord with its bootleg operations and the city's interesting acquisition of an alley that doesn't go to the sky. This is supposed to be a place alley, according to this plan adopted decades ago. It's not supposed to have trash stored in it, and the dominant feature of that alley right now is the Cheesecake Factory trash. And since, I'm just going to rant here and I'll stop. Since that building was approved long after these guidelines were in place, Roger Kohler's question is legitimate. Does it make any difference? Because were those trash bins not there, this would be potentially a really successful space within the city. But they are, so that's the reality we need to deal with. Okay, it says both in the zoning code, you can tell I'm a lawyer, right? And the urban design guidelines, avoid blank walls. I accept, I'm willing to forego fenestration. I accept that it's preferable to find something that isn't a blank wall that doesn't involve windows on this frontage on Florence. A nice Byzantine mosaic would be fine with me. Actually, I'd prefer something from Scandinavian mid-century design. But alternatively, we also require that we have, I forget the exact line, but anyway, enthusiastic, let's see, we're going to have abundant, well-maintained landscaping with rich urban green space. So I actually think this is a place where you could plant it out. I don't particularly think that living walls are either practical or attractive in most cases, but we have lots of planted out walls in this area, mostly ficus, I think. And they're very successful and they're very dramatic, and I think this could work here. If you're not interested in the really fabulous mosaic, with a lot of glass in it, to a lot of iridescent glass to improve the lighting over there. I would like to be sure that the frontages of the building that face the alley are going to be cleaned and painted, and that sort of miscellaneous bits falling off here and there are going to be removed. It seems perhaps that's a condition, but if it isn't, it needs to be. And I haven't looked at it closely enough to understand if you also need to mandate gutter repairs or something like that. But that, I think, needs to be made attractive. It doesn't need to be made like storefronts. It doesn't need to be gentrified, but it needs to be cleaned up. So then there's this found space, which is really a great gift, just a difficult gift. And I think that I strongly support converting this into bicycle parking. I think this is one of the few places downtown where you can have parking that's designed to accommodate bicycles with trailers, sometimes known as the mommy crew, but it's more than that. These are real people who use these areas. I mean, actually, it'd be great if you had a stroller corral, too. so I wouldn't get run over by them on the sidewalk. But in any event, a place to accommodate bicycles, including bicycles with trailers, so that's a bit deeper than your standard bicycle. I think it's 8 feet or something. I would love it if the leftover space could be used to accommodate other people's trash, but that is totally within the landlord's discretion, and I can understand that people might not want to carry their trash further, but boy, that would be the long-term solution here. So I favor an approach that's well lit, well landscaped, has some seating, because there isn't any. Both times I bicycled through that alley, I have seen people sitting on the ground talking to each other. There is a need for employee usable seating there. When people take their breaks, they need somewhere other than the curb to sit. There is the problem that they may be smoking, but still, we should give them the choice. It's not lovely to keep seeing people sitting on the curbs, because that's the best available alternative. So it needs some seating, and the bicycle parking, in my view, needs to be available, if not 24 hours a day, at least till other businesses close, because you need to be, it's a horrible thing to discover that your bike has been locked up while you're having dinner. So we need to avoid that. And I don't know what the design solution is, but I'm confident there is one. About the curb between the car portion of the alley and the other portion, I don't know what the good design is, but I'm certainly in favor of not having cars careen in here. Generally, I think I prefer bollards because I don't trip over bollards, and boy, do I trip over curbs. And I'm not the only one who does that. So that would be something to think about when deciding how that design should work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. I actually was not at the meeting when you previously presented, so it was good to get kind of the overall presentation of the project. I think the planners actually can work in front of the storefront on the university side, but I wish they would have some kind of a relationship to the storefront mullions. It looks like it would be possible to do that, and maybe to reduce the number of them so that there can still be some space for people to congregate. When I was reviewing the drawings, I actually very much preferred the metal louvers over the wood paneling, but I think the wood paneling has actually grown on me to the point where I favor that over the metal louvers. However, having said that, and looking at the material sample, I think the wood grain actually gets quite lost, and especially at that height and distance, I don't know if people are going to be able to tell how rich of a material that actually is. I'm almost thinking maybe it's an alternative just to paint part of that wall, as you were saying, could be done in relationship with the louvers, actually. But I think the louvers do feel a little bit excessive, and I think the gesture in making that storefront appear smaller than it actually is by surrounding it in a dark color is quite handsome and a nice solution. Of the options that were presented for the Florence Street facade and space, I would prefer the option 2 of the full open space. I have a question regarding those roll-up storefront doors. I had a question, I think I kind of resolved it, but why the roll-up doors were on the side between the public alley and the usable space, but I understand that, you know, it's not going to be open 24 hours a day, so it would have to come down for security concerns. I got that answered. And I also think that the storefront entrance, the main entrance on the university side, while it's been widened, I still think the proportions are a little bit awkward. To me, the most obvious relationship would be that the double doors would be double the width of the storefront mullions, but it doesn't seem like that's the case, and I have a feeling that might be part of the reason why it doesn't feel quite right. If they can be made any wider, I think that would be a little bit more welcoming and feel a little bit more correct in proportion along that elevation. The other questions have been asked, and I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Alex?
So, okay, so yeah, thank you for the revisions. I've been torn over your two different options on University Avenue. So I think like you, I was preferring the metal louvers. And they're not really louvers, it's more like a metal screen.
Fenestration.
Yeah. Yeah, but the more that I think about it, I think I prefer the wood veneer inside. Mostly because it's it changes sort of the aperture, and it would make it more like the neighboring buildings. My first reaction about the metal louver screen was that it would effectively be like sort of a contemporary interpretation of a cornice. But then at the same time, I don't really like it on the Florence Street elevation. So I'm thinking that maybe, the wood veneer is a better way to go. I think I agree with all the comments on the planters. I can go either way on the planters. It seems like fewer would be better. I think the door width, I was actually not opposed to your door width before, but I would just say generally, like on hallways and doorways, 5 feet feels narrow. And I've always been taught that it has to be beyond a person's arm span. Like you need to get 6 feet for it to feel comfortable, and that 5 feet will always feel narrow. So I can support the door width, and so I'm good with the University Avenue elevation, whichever way it goes. And then on the Florence facade and the open space, I'm really not happy at the moment with the facade or the space. I have a different preference for the space in there than I think the other board members. I actually preferred, is it 2, which is the public arts, like it was all public art space. And the reason why I kind of was intrigued by that option was because I used to work near the San Francisco Art Commission gallery space in the Civic Center in San Francisco. And so it's not like a regular art gallery where it's open and there's somebody always there. It's kept closed. The public's view of the art is really only through the storefront window. And then they also have an adjacent space, like an outdoor space, as I recall, where sometimes they have art pieces. But it's great. It's really, really great street amenity. It's something different. It's something, that you don't normally see, and that it changes over, every once in a while. And I think that's my preferred option, I think, on this, for this particular space. As a public space, it makes me really kind of nervous. It's like long and narrow. It's not the right space for a public hangout. It just makes me nervous. It seems like if all the roll-up doors are open to the driveway, maybe it can be nicer than how I'm thinking about it in my head. But it doesn't feel right to me. And then I do worry about the having that as a bike parking place because it's not that visible. Like to me, as a bicyclist, like I would expect something. If there were some sort of centralized bike parking place, I would expect it next to the Bryant Street garage, right? It's on the boulevard. That's where the parking is. That's where I'd expect it. I wouldn't expect it on this one block where it doesn't really connect very well to like Hamilton Avenue or whatnot. It just doesn't feel quite right to me. Like when I've seen lots of employees out in the alleys, smoking cigarettes, talking on the phone or in the break, and there aren't that many great spaces like that, and they should be in the alleys, I think. And so I do support conceptually that there's some sort of space like that. It just seems like I'm not comfortable with the design as proposed in these schemes. I think, like Peter, for the Florence Street facade, we have all of those. It's like the late, what's his name, Greg Brown, the late Greg Brown. We have lots of murals in Palo Alto downtown. It seems to me that would be I think that would be my preferred option. And Greg Brown did some trompe l'oeil stuff. There's one on the post office where he copied a window an actual window, we made another one. So I think I prefer that. I don't like the metal louvers on the white wall. It seems that it's a maintenance issue, is when dirt gets behind the metal screen and then it's hard to clean. The thing I do like about the metal louvers is that on the sunny side of the building, you can get nice shadow lines on it from the metal screen on the white wall, and that can be very beautiful. But yeah, I think I would prefer something more artistic in that particular location. And so I think that that's all that I have on this one. My sense is that the University Avenue is good to go, and then the Florence, I think, is a problem. And I was wondering, maybe for staff, is there a way to separate the two parts of the project? I mean, it seems like they're different. You're saying that the Florence Street is, we're saying is a different building?
It's a different building, but it's on the same legal
Property.
Parcel, and so I think we'd want to keep them together.
It's
I mean,
one ARB, right?
Yeah,
one ARB approval.
Yeah, we could certainly do subcommittee or something of the sort. I just wanted to clarify on the use of that space. We do have some interest from the art department, and that's why we included that. But we don't have, true funding or a plan for that space. So even if the board was to like the artwork as a use, we would want sort of a backup plan so that we don't, put extra pressure on the applicant.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot. The art thing is a long. I mean, that's something very complicated, and it's an ongoing. Whatever. What do you call it? Yeah, yeah. So I do understand that, and I do understand that the applicant wouldn't want to commit to that now at the moment without having all of those things in place.
I think the reason why staff was suggesting adjusting the locations of the proposed shutters was that space could be opened up in all bays, other than the bay that's taken up by the trash room. And so that it could also be programmed by the public art department at some point, and having the benches and the planters be adjustable so that that space could be utilized in that fashion. The Public Art Commission hasn't finished their master plan yet, so there isn't any kind of way of saying that this space meets their criteria for pre-allocated funding and so forth, although there is a strong interest in this location. And probably also, I heard from others that maybe the Downtown Business Association or other related entities would also be like. It could be it could be looked at as an exciting space, just generally, and a contribution to the downtown. So.
Okay, so. I think, are we ready? Do we need to debate anything, or are we ready to? Because it seems like the board is not happy with the Florence Street.
A few comments.
Oh, that's.
Okay. I like, the overall, and I mentioned that the first time, the concept of the interior, the way it works, all that. It's interesting because some of the major changes for especially the university item or the facade are based on two comments that were made last time we were here, and that was the relationship of the dropped ceiling versus the perimeter, or I should say, versus the facade. And then the other one was the whole idea of landscaping or something like that. And in both of these cases, either putting wood paneling on the back or putting the whatever you want to call it, the bars, the louvers, or whatever, on the front are basically just an attempt to either hide that condition or something that neither one of these, I think, is a solution to the question that was asked. The whole facade here, I agree. I still think the door looks awkward in the relationship of the overall proportion. Especially the mesh or the tubes are sort of a arbitrary. They stop 2/3 of the way down towards the window, or I should say the door. I don't know, it just all seems very arbitrary. So I really think that front needs to be rethought. The planters were literally sort of taken verbatim, oh, they want landscaping, so let's put some planters in there. I mean, these things are literally something that could be wheeled up or wheeled out. I really don't think it does anything for the architecture. As far as on the Florence side, I agree completely. I mean, I don't like either one. The louvers make it look like there could be a cooling tower up there, and the other one is just painting a building white. So I mean, there's enough creative stuff that's happened in downtown. Even on a whimsical note, you know, a lot of the stuff, I'd much rather see that than what's there now. You know, I mean, if the art community was you know, wanted something like that, it'd be great. But let's face it, no matter how pretty you make that thing, it's still going to be a, you know, 40-foot deep cave that no matter how white you paint it or how many lights you put in there, invariably at night, if the light goes down, it's just an invitation for people to be camping in there or whatever. So that's going to be very tough to control. So I think that's going to need to have more, as you said, if the art community wants to take it over at some point, that's great, but we need to come up with something that's, you know, a little bit more doable right now in the very beginning. So, and basically agreeing with what you said, I don't see that this group is ready to approve this project the way it stands right now. I mean, unless I'm speaking for everyone, I'm willing to listen to a motion, but is that pretty much the, are we looking at bringing it back, or is everyone willing to, or ready to approve it?
Well, I wouldn't want the Florence elevation to necessarily hold up the approval of really the building that's the project, but seeing that there's no way to separate that.
But that is, I mean, that is the project. I mean, from our end of it, that's why I said I like the project or whatever. It just seems like all the effort and the skill has gone into the interior of it, and the facades don't match the quality of the interior.
I think the only option would be if you felt like the changes were small enough that they could be handled at subcommittee. I suppose we could bring back a portion of the project to ARB.
So we're talking that basically both facades would need to come back to subcommittee?
Well, I think I think mostly Florence is what I hear is of concern.
Can I jump in, Robert? I think this is not appropriate for a subcommittee. If it really is two buildings, isn't that going to be two building permits? Could we condition this in the sense that they're able to apply for the permit for the university building, but the permit cannot be issued until the architecture board has cleared the entire project? Is that a condition that's feasible and palatable?
I don't know. I think that's getting into a whole lot of...
I think they can do concurrent processing of building permits today.
Anyway,
I mean,
so I don't think that's an issue.
It's at their own risk, but I'm sure they would love to hear that
It's pretty much building doesn't sign off until they get all the approvals from everything.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean they wouldn't be willing to plan check it.
But I'm sure the applicant would appreciate hearing that you like the university facade so that they know there's not as many changes.
I'm trying to think of a way to let them go back to the building owner and essentially say, look, our project is okay, but you, the building owner, needs to address the rest of this before this permit can be issued, before you can make the lease. And you basically are saying to the, because the real beef we have, I think, is with the building owner, not with these architects. And the building owner needs to hear that. I think we're all speaking loud and clearly.
We would sure like to understand a way to bifurcate these two elements, because Design Within Reach has been here for 10 months trying to get this project approved. I know we haven't been in front of you that many times. But I thought I read in the staff report an idea to, if you could approve the University Avenue facade, then the Florence Street could come back. I know that you said to subcommittee, but and then you would hold the building permit up until subcommittee arrived at a design that was approvable. We had then suggested, can we tie it to the occupancy permit of the store so that the store at least could be underway, while we address this part of the building that's not really ours.
Correct, because our construction time is over 6 months. So if there really isn't a huge issue with the university side, what we would really like to do is just move forward with that, have that at least in motion, knowing that we can't actually open until we have Florence Street resolved, and we're all very committed to trying to resolve Florence Street. But as we all know and we can all see, it's an incredibly tricky moment, right? And it's going to take some finagling. But why should our store be held up over something that really actually isn't even our building or our store? And it's not something, I mean, here we are. The other aspect of this that I think is, perhaps, I don't know if it's a help for you guys to really be aware of, but we're paying rent on the space that we're trying to figure out, correct? So that piece of land is actually being paid for by us as rent, and we're handing it back to the city for bike parking, for art, for whatever it may be. We were going to do parking initially, which we thought was a great idea, that was shot down. So this is a piece of land that we're paying rent on currently right now. We're happy to do that, and in the future, for the next 10 years, pay rent on a space that we'll be giving back for the benefit of the city. But to hold up the construction of our store meanwhile, we would really like to move forward.
You know, I guess the biggest problem I have is I keep hearing these people that go, you know, the clock's running, we're paying money, this, that, or whatever. That's not really our purview. You know, the deal you made with the landlord, I don't care about. I'm here to, hang on, I'm here to do what's best for what we feel is for the city, and which are the facades that you see. So I could understand where you're coming from, and I could understand the difficulties, but I don't need to hear that. I mean, that's as simple, that's as blunt as I can be.
Understood.
You know, I mean, that's just the reality of life. We've all been there. So let me go on. Is someone willing to make a motion?
No, I just want to ask a question of us. So right now, I think that this building is actually not approvable because I don't think the Florence Avenue frontage complies with the code or the urban design guidelines. So
okay.
I'm just trying to divide it up into manageable pieces. And if there is a condition that we could agree on that would let us send that aspect of the project to subcommittee, that would be helpful, perhaps. I'm just trying to solve it little piece by little piece. So is that something we could get formulated, or are we too all over the map?
I just don't think it's appropriate for the subcommittee.
I don't either. I mean, the subcommittee was created for minor issues, sort of color changes. I mean, you've been at subcommittee meetings on a regular basis. It's small, very particular items, not half the project, basically.
So then the second possibility, so I accept that. I mean, two of you have said that. I don't know if the rest of you agree. Be nice to have consensus. Anyway, so
since we're not, I'm not sure that we're even on it. If we were in agreement on the concept,
right,
and then there was a refinement of that concept, then I would be fine for subcommittee. But this is like talking about the big idea for it, and then that's
too big.
Yeah.
So then the only other thing we can do is see if we can have any consensus on where we think this thing should be going, so that at least they're not dealing with 5 comets shooting off in opposite varying directions.
Is it possible we could talk about this in pieces potentially? Can we talk about the University Avenue facade and see where the board is there? And then we can talk about the next piece.
So do straw votes, essentially.
Okay.
I'll start. With the exception that with the removal of the planters, I can support the University Avenue facade with the wood lattice and with the wood veneer.
So you were saying removal of the planters and going with the wood option?
Yes.
Alex, how about you?
I could go either way. I think I could go either way. My preference would be the wood, and as with the planters, I'm agreement with the staff condition, which is, I think you were recommending a reduction of 2 or something like that. I would support that.
Win? Or?
I prefer the wood, and I have no opinion about the planters.
Okay, you?
Yeah, I prefer the wood, and I prefer to keep planters, but also to maybe reduce the number of them, as per the staff recommendation.
Okay, with me, I don't think the wood is really helping any, because I think it just emphasizes the fact that you've got the drop ceiling in there, And I don't know if that's helping any. I'd rather see the lattice, whatever you want to call it, out in front, the mesh. But, excuse me, but the problem is it's applied so haphazardly that it doesn't relate to anything. I just think the whole proportion of the front elevation is wrong, or it doesn't work properly. So I have a hard time with that, but it looks like there's more of you. So if we want to do, something like that, I still have, I'm not at a point where I could accept the University Avenue elevation. So, I mean, where do we go from there?
Let's just keep on moving on. So we're saying it's a 4-1 at the moment for
right.
University.
So the Florence facade would be the next piece.
Can we do a smaller one first, which is the alley facade? All we have is all I can see is this picture on sheet A02.5, 0.2.5, 0.2, how do you pronounce it? And my question to you is what conditions, first of all, I'm trying to visualize how the new building modifies what I'm looking at here. But what conditions do we have about what happens on, can you put that picture up?
I guess not.
The picture of the alley?
No, it's 025.
It's the existing.
The view from the alley, which is supposed to be a place that people like to congregate.
In that scenario, staff just had a very brief paragraph in the staff report about what was proposed for that elevation. It's going to be painted white. That's questionable in staff's opinion. However, we just stated what was proposed on the plans. However, also the project plans also show that the 461 Florence Street building would be cleaned and repainted, the existing sunflower, so it would be white and sunflower in the, when you're looking at the parcel from the alley.
So the two buildings will be painted different colors? For the two aspects of the building?
And with the gray security gate and the gray new stairway.
And does the existing metal staircase stay?
No, it gets completely removed and enlarged because it's not currently code compliant.
And the barred window? Are those escape bars?
There's there's nothing proposed for the windows on the 461 building. No change proposed.
Okay, so basically it's going to get cleaned up, it's going to get repainted the existing color, and then the new building's going to attach up against it. So tell me, my professional colleagues over there, is that sufficient to clean this site up adequately for the alley?
Are you doing lighting? We're also lighting the alley.
Oh, it's going to be great.
I'm
looking above.
We made changes to all of our notes to say to clean, paint, and make good all facades of that building, back and front.
Super.
From the last meeting.
You can find that on sheet A-3.1.
I go, oh wait, 3, sorry, reading these numbers wrong. I'm always perplexed by the presence of two separate sets of A's. Got it. So is that enough, guys? Fine, thanks. I'm okay with that then. Because it also, in fairness to me, says not in scope.
Says not in scope.
I appreciate the change.
Can I, Robert, maybe have an idea? I wonder if we could continue this to a date certain, very soon from now, let them come back with minor changes to the facade so we're all happy. I think several of us have expressed your concern about the proportions as well, but let them very quickly do a cycle so that we all can support that facade. Then they can have the confidence to go forward on the building permit part of that.
Now, when you say facade, you're talking about the Florence side? Or
no, the university side.
Okay.
The university facade. I'm saying let's look for a way to give them real confidence that the university facade is okay, so they can move the project forward. A very quick cycle with design review will get you there. I'm fairly sure of that.
But I get the impression, I mean, I don't mean to sidestep that, but I thought 4 of you were okay with the university.
Well, I'm okay, but I'm thinking what you said, and that's exactly what I said at first about the proportions. I'm just less fussy about it. But I'd love to see them take another pass at it. And I don't know if we're quite there enough for them to have the confidence to go forward with the permit part of it.
Okay.
But more than that, in this next cycle, let them, between them and staff, find a way to develop a process to figure out what to do with Florence.
To separate them,
So you're
perhaps.
separating it, but then you can come back at least and say, look, this is the condition, this is what we're going to do over the next 6 months to solve this issue on Florence. We're going to speak to the art commissioner, we're going to really look into bike parking. But at least give us an answer that we can then condition the ultimate C of O or building permit acceptance. Leave the teeth in it to the owner. It has to be dealt with, but at the same time, let these guys go on their way.
Okay, I mean, I could live with that, but...
That would essentially be a continuation to a date certain, looking for those 2 items.
What would that be? Jody?
And is that just for university, you're saying?
We're looking for revisions on a university facade to reflect our comments, and do it seriously enough that all of us are just going to, this is going to be good. But also then give us an answer of how we're going to resolve the Florence facade. I don't know, this is sort of uncharted territory, but...
What we would like to do, I know this is a very complicated project, is there a way to bifurcate the two? So that we do University Avenue, staff helps us figure out, we do a separate review for this other piece of the other building, so that we're not held sort of in this position of limbo, not being...
How is that going to make a difference for you?
We would be able to proceed with the construction of the University Avenue, the main store, and then we talk about a 6-month time frame.
I mean, you're talking about from what, doing construction documents?
No, we've...
That's complete.
We're done. So we'll make some changes. We've already submitted for building permit just because of the expedited nature of this process. It's a concurrent review.
So what you're hoping is you'd get a building permit for that portion without getting approval on Florence?
We'd have to change the drawings, but yes, yeah. But that would be just addressing the comments that building has.
I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, it's one property.
I think
it could be a separate project on that one property.
We do want to make sure they're tied together at least a little bit, but I think that we could say no issuance of TCO for the design within reach actual retail space. Let's make sure we have resolution on Florence before they actually occupy.
And you're okay with that? For the actual occupy, okay.
Any temporary, any sort of occupation of that space.
It's down the hall.
That's not what I meant.
I need to give them a little insight.
So I think the answer is we don't know about how this can be bifurcated. I would like to hear the city attorney's response on this. One of the things, on one hand, I would like to let it go. On the other hand, I have more than once seen the building department personnel holding temporary exit signs because somebody scheduled a gala before we issued the TCO because conditions were not approved. So I'm very concerned about effectively tying these things together.
Well, that's why I'm saying TCO, that we would not issue a TCO. That's the temporary occupancy.
Not until all the city council comes down and says, but they're ready to go and there's a sale.
Well, but sometimes we'll drag things out to the final occupancy, and that's where we get in more trouble.
So, Council, I know that this isn't something that really pertains to you, but I can tell you from an inside that if University Street if a consensus hasn't been brought at this meeting today, the chances are this project will die. The clients have spent, as you rightfully said, it's really none of your business and you don't really care, but they have spent a lot of money and a lot of time and a lot of effort over the last 10, 11, I think now nearly 12 months on this project. We have been told very categorically that if we don't get clarity on this, it will die. So it's really coming down to that. So if there's a way to have clarity on University Street and at least have a building of quality for you guys and have that today, that would be terrific. If not, chances are we're not going to do the project, unfortunately. And that's just been told to me. So that's what it boils down to, and that's the reality of the world.
And that's one of the problems about wanting to have a store in Palo Alto.
That's one of the problems of coming back to Palo Alto, which is a market that we really felt very passionate about. We didn't know we were going to have to go through this to do it.
Is there any chance we could work along the lines I was just saying? Come back to us in the next 2 weeks or a month with these quick tweaks. Ken does it all the time.
2 weeks.
I have been told very, very clearly, guys. We'll try our hardest.
Yes. All right. So
I should think you guys could pretty easily do that.
And it would be wonderful to be able to figure out a way. In the meantime, we'll talk with staff. Is there some way that we can separate these two so that they're tied but not tied to getting our building permit for the main store?
Yeah, perhaps there's a way
I
to
think we're
put a
so
bond on it or
close.
something.
We're so close. I mean, if we were just here for the University Avenue facade today, we
I'd
would
like
have
to
had
move that we continue this to a date certain, expecting them to come back with final revisions to the University Avenue facade and working through staff to come back with the solution as to how they plan to address the Florence Street modifications.
I think 5/19 would be the very earliest that we could reasonably come back. After that, it would be June 2nd.
519. We can do 519 if that's possible.
That's fine with me.
Okay. So I have a motion. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. So I guess we'll see you back here on the 19th.
Thank you for your time this morning.
So now, are you going to then look as far as splitting it or whatever, and we'll know one way or the other at that point?
Yes, I will discuss with the director and the attorney how we can or cannot split this apart.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that's it for us.
I have a question.
Okay.
Would there be any support for having a meeting of the ARB to discuss any aspect of the draft EIR as a study session?
Wow.
A simple
You're
no.
saying, well, it seems to me, after our session this morning, there are two things. There's the EIR, draft EIR, and then there's actually the comp plan.
Right, and what's concerning me, what I would like is your thoughts on the aesthetics section primarily. I mean, one of the things, it seems to me it leaves out some important elements, and it seems to me the proposed mitigation measures, if you agree with me that there are aspects of projects that we should be evaluating and aren't, or can't, then shaping the mitigation measures in the comprehensive plan EIR is a good way to make that happen. But you may not feel that there is such an issue.
So
we can think about
are we
it.
looking to just discuss it or have someone here to sort of go over the finer points?
I'm actually more interested in what you all have to say. I think we get a lot of information in the course of what we do that other levels of the city don't. Staff presumably does, but it's the mitigation, it's what they say are the criteria for aesthetic evaluations and what they propose as mitigation measures and level of significance that drives what happens in the comp plan. And by the time you get to the comp plan, people start saying, it's not in the EIR, it's not covered, we can't do that. And I would rather not be there. I wouldn't suggest doing it really soon because it takes a while to think about, and this is going to go on for a while. But I would like that opportunity to hear your thoughts. It was really interesting listening to the public comment, which included a lot of statements about neglected aesthetic aspects of the future. And I mean, in theory, the city ought to be better looking over the next 20 years, not worse looking. And if it's properly mitigated, it will be. I don't think there's any necessary association of new development and aesthetic loss. But it does require some shaping. One of the things that is really on my mind is we don't do much in the way of, we don't do specific plans in the city. We've had I guess we've had, with SOFA, we had one coordinated area plan that really did do an overall land use plan and aesthetics, and that worked really well, I believe. But we don't have that planning tool that's very common in most places. So we do everything, we ad hoc everything. If you're going to ad hoc everything, then you need to be sure that you've articulated what you think is worth valuing and preserving in the city from an aesthetic and site-specific point of view.
I wanted to address when I'm not sure. I like to talk about this stuff. It's all fun and good. I think, though, that to devote our time and resources to it, I would support it if we had more of a goal to say that as a board we want to speak with one unified voice and really impact the process. Yeah. So if we said the purpose for our getting together is to come up with a collective, not just comments, but a real strong statement that we're going to fight for. We need to do A, B, and C. Then maybe it makes sense. But if it's just to all sit here and keep doing what Roger Kohler pointed out we've been doing for 20-something years, and he's not wrong, then I'm afraid I'm really busy, and I don't know if I want to spend the time doing that.
Well, comment is a term of art. Comment is what every public statement, including the most emphatic city council statements, are described as in CEQA. So comment is not meant to be trivial, but I agree that if the ARB had a unified position on what it thought should be considered or done, that would be important.
Well, and then if that were the case, it would be appropriate for the chair to decide to make a subcommittee that would start formulating how that works.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, to a certain extent, these meetings take half a day at best, and I really don't want to, we've mentioned it before. I get back to my office at 2 o'clock or whatever, it pretty much kills the day. So, if I can avoid that, but you're right. If we want to put a subcommittee or a couple of people to start looking at something like that, and then bring it to the board as a whole.
Well, I keep thinking about the Coastal Commission, which thought it was going to make big plans and ended up adjudicating neighborhood deck disputes. And I would like us to look at the important as well as the urgent if we can figure out how to do it effectively.
I like the deck disputes too, though. I think that
So what do we do? Just hold
Wayne,
off?
do you want to make a motion that we form a subcommittee?
Yes.
Please do so then.
Okay, well, I'm guessing you'd probably want to be on that.
I would be willing to serve.
Okay, is there someone else who would be willing to? You're probably the expert here.
Sorry, we don't have Lane here. What is do you remember the timeline? So the council is going to comment?
The next city council hearing is June 6th or something,
Right.
But the public comment period has been extended beyond that.
Right, so this is a short term. I mean, you're saying...
I think the public comment period ends on June 6th.
Is that what it is?
June 6th.
June 8th, I believe.
June 8th?
Or the 8th or something.
Yeah.
Not quite D-Day.
Yeah, June 8th of 2016 is when the draft EIR closes.
Okay. I will second your motion.
Okay, so does that mean you're willing to work with Wynn on that?
Yeah, I would say this is not my, this area of planning is not my strong suit, though.
And let me add to the
Okay,
motion.
well, it's
then
mine.
A friendly amendment to that, then, if we could all agree that every member of the board is going to submit written comments to the subcommittee in some frame of time.
That's a Brown Act violation.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Oh, and opposed? None, so it passes.
This is partly because the acting chair of the Planning Commission said that he thought we should really go for vernacular architecture here at Palo Alto, and I was thinking, does that mean made out of abandoned ships, or what? What was our local material that we were going to use?
Right.
But
Can I clarify who's on the subcommittee?
We should do that. I think we do that officially, right? I think we have elect.
Wynn and Alex.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I guess if there's nothing else.
I have one last thing. Is that there was the council meeting about the ARB findings. It was on Monday night, and I attended.
Right.
Yes, and so the council has decided to send it back to the ARB for comment. They were proposing a lot of revisions to what we had reviewed. This may be before some of you have been on the board.
They have
several
comments.
They have written very specific comments about the findings, and they wanted our comment before they take action. So
they want our comments on their comments?
Yes.
Okay.
Because there are some significant changes. So.
Okay.
And they wanted staff is.
Yeah, I think staff was suggesting that the ARB, help finalize these since you were the one that's.
Okay. So
this is the findings. The revision of the findings has been going back for a while. I think when Randy was chair, he was working on it. So it's been out there for a while.
So then, you'll bring that back to us at some point as an item then?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, we're adjourned.